storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Just fine tonight. Gonna sleep just fine tonight.
Adam, you're muted.
I said so many interesting things. Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. That's how today's going to start? Fine. Fine. Anyways, what I was saying is we got weather across the country. Alberta, severe thunderstorm watch. We got a tornado watch in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch in eastern Ontario and probably a severe thunderstorm watch in deep southwestern Ontario at some point in time today, just based on Environment Canada's forecast. Is that how today's going to start? Fine. Let's have fun. But let's also be safe here. We've got some wild storms that are going to be popping up today. This one is early or late. It's part of the morning system. But you can see this orange tornado watch. That's probably historical because there's never been a specific color of tornado watch. There's never been a tornado watch issued since the new color system has come into Environment Canada. So severe thunderstorm, orange severe thunderstorm warning, and orange severe thunderstorm tornado watch. So, tornado watch in the prairies. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in Alberta. We have a severe thunderstorm watch. Sorry about moving my screen so much here. In Eastern Ontario. Does that extend into Quebec as well, too? It certainly does. So let's take a look at these first, because they're starting to get going. They're starting to get a little more interesting here. There's actually some... Oh, okay. Hold on a second here. Hold on just a minute. This is developing quite intensely here, heading towards Franktown. I'm going to go send a notification on that one here. So let's draw a line from here to about there. How about that? Sounds good to me. And let's extend this out a little bit. This is looking like a wind risk from what I can tell. I'm going to rotate that slightly, maybe like that. And let's notify this one right now, shall we? I'm going to back that up so you can see what I'm posting. And put damaging wind risk. Carefully monitor storm located 25 kilometers southwest of Carleton Place near Perth, traveling east-northeast at 50 kilometers an hour. We'll reach Carleton Place by 4:31. Let's see here. That's right. Okay. That looks good. Let's maybe get rid of the 134 because that seems probably noise. Reach Carleton Place by 4:31. Careful with flying debris and falling trees. Wow, red severe thunderstorm warning. Alana, just let me know. Okay, we'll get to that in a second here. I'll just say, please be safe in the path of this storm. Please be safe in the path of this storm. Okay, that looks good to me. And let's go with, I think, orange on that one. Probably a good idea. 2 hours. Yeah, sure, why not? Probably 1 hour is fine, but 907 people we're about to push notify and 6 people with our text message alerts. Looks good to me. Let me just make sure the timing is right. Actually, no, it is 4:03 Eastern. Perfect. Send to 916 people. Yes, please. Give it a sec and bam. There we go. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. There's a little something going on down there. We got to keep an eye on here. Let's see what storm relative velocity shows. Okay, interesting. Got to keep an eye on that one, but it's kicking it up a notch. All right, let's back it up here and take a look. Did I hear that correctly? Are we at a red severe thunderstorm warning? Whoa, red severe thunderstorm warning. Is that? No, that's not a first. I don't think that's a first. But yeah, this thing is looking pretty nasty right now. Red severe thunderstorm warning. I think level of red is good enough for us to light up the Manitoba Facebook stream here. So I'm going to do that right now. Instant weather Manitoba and Manitoba Storm Watch. Okay, I guess we have to make sure we have enough spaces here. We might just, you know what, I'm just going to do Manitoba Storm Watch. And Brennan, if you can share it to Manitoba, Instant Weather Manitoba, because we also might have to do, Ontario and Alberta and Saskatchewan. I don't know if we're going to have enough slots because I only think we can light up 8 of them. So yeah, we want to make sure that we are doing that properly. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do, I'll do, I think we should have enough because if I do, all right, no, I'm just going to do that. Okay. Save changes. Let me make sure, copy this over to the description and save. And that should be good. Okay. So we're lighting it up on Manitoba Storm Watch. And crossing the border from Saskatchewan into Manitoba. And it looks like it's got some, look at the percentages on this thing. This is ridiculous. Total severe, 90%. Tornado risk on it is 12%. Severe wind is 52%. And severe hail is 87% risk of severe hail on this storm. Look at the side lobe contamination. It is just super, super duper strong. Wow. Like normally you'd look at that and be like, oh my goodness. Like if I just saw that, I'd be like, is this rotation? Something's weird about it. And then because we have the swiping tool on Instant Weather Pro, you swipe over and you go, oh, wait a minute. That's all up here. Like if there was rotation, it would be right down near what is kind of like this hail-filled hook here. You'd be like, yeah, the rotation would probably be right in that notch, right? Whereas this is all way, way up high. So this looks like, from what I can tell, yeah, I think this is probably side lobe. And it's showing, wild winds up high, 105 kilometers an hour. What side lobe is it the top of the storm ends up somehow contaminating the velocity data at the bottom of the storm. So you're like, whoa, look how strong that signature is. But it's actually measured from way up high where the winds are typically way stronger. So to me, that looks like side lobe, but it doesn't matter. The hail risk on this thing is wild. Yeah, I did, Brian. I left it out. I left it out because I don't think we even have enough slots for that. Maybe. I mean, at some point in time, we might do it, but we'll see. We'll see how wild it gets. And if we have an extra spot, right? Because we'll have to do, like we said, Alberta, maybe Ontario, depending on, we typically only go live on Facebook when things are getting substantial. And this isn't even what we're expecting for later on tonight. This is afternoon substantial because we already have a red severe thunderstorm warning. So what red means basically is when Environment Canada goes red, that means it'll send out the alert ready notification. So like the Amber Alert style, warning. So you typically only get those for tornado warnings, but in rare cases when they're expecting monster hail and just a substantial storm like this is right now, they will go red severe thunderstorm warning, and that will trigger the alert ready system. So everybody inside of this severe thunderstorm warning and everybody around it just got severe thunderstorm warning, like significant severe thunderstorm warning. So there's that. So that's how the day is starting already. I mean, this thing's got a wild hook on it. Ugh. And it's really noisy down there, but it's just got a wild looking hook. It just jumped to 26% tornado risk, 92% total severe risk on this thing. And look at the purple from this frame. Okay. From this frame to that frame. What are we at now? 76 dBz, 77 dBz. Somebody remember that. And that is the high bar for this year. I don't think we've gone above 77. I think 77 is the strongest we've seen in Canada thus far this season. I would be surprised if there was an event that was higher than that, but 77 dBz. Wow. That is high. And let's see how this side lobe's going. It's looking grumpy. And this is so noisy down here. Let's go to tilt 2. Even tilt 2 is noisy. Tilt 3. What a noisy mess. That is so hard to read. Like, come on. That's brutal. You know what? If only there was a science team that could continue to improve the radar so it's better for tracking tornado activity. Fortunately, that entire team has been reassigned at Environment Canada. As you probably saw us post about it, and we interviewed Dr. Sills about it. And it looks like all of that effort so far is getting us nowhere. So we might just be stuck with whatever this is. I don't think there's any software that we can build that can correct whatever this is. I think it's literally built right into the scan strategy. I don't think there's anything we can do to deal with this kind of noise. I don't think we can unfold this somehow magically. We can figure out. I don't know. Oh, we're hearing. We're seeing a report here. It's either a dust devil. The report says it's possible. It says possible landspout / hybrid south of Hargrave, but it kind of has a Gus NATO feel to it. I don't know. It's hard to tell. There's some sort of swirl at the surface. Those are tricky to tell, as we found out from the previous live stream. Remember the previous live stream when there was twin tornadoes on the ground at the same time? Turns out, after deep radar analysis and lots of different video angles on that, Dr. Sills determined that those were actually two gust NATOs. So the gust NATOs wouldn't typically get even to 90 kilometer an hour wind speeds. It would be kind of like a giant dust devil. And so they wouldn't reach severe thresholds typically. So those twin tornadoes ended up being twin gust NATOs, which are like kind of fake tornadoes in a way. They're not really tornadoes. Yeah, I mean, they look convincing to me. And it's funny too, because Brennan was like, he saw the still screenshot of it, and he goes, "Isn't that a gustnado?" And I was like, "No, you got to watch the video, dude. Like, look at the rotation." And it turns out gustnados can rotate just like a dust devil. They can. I typically thought gustnados would be kind of like more like a slow, from everything I've seen over the years. Gustnados are this really slow rotation. I thought the ones in Ontario actually visually look more like a gustnado than this, because this was just an eddy. It was just spinning like a top. But it turns out that doesn't matter. What really matters is it connected to the storm? Is the parent storm rotating? Is it outflow? Because all the videos said outflow. So outflow would mean it's a gustnado. But even in a gustnado, you can have very tight eddies. The more you know. Interesting. Anyways, I digress on my little random... At least I'm talking about the weather. I could be talking about this box of Chewy bars that I brought downstairs, shouldn't be eating that, but I did have 3 eggs before the stream. I thought I need some protein to get me through. So we'll see how long that lasts me. But this thing is probably chucking some monster hail right now. If you are in Two Creeks, Harmsworth. If you're in harm's way over here at Harmsworth, Wallace Woodworth. There's a lot of worth going on here. That is a bright pop-up for this area. You got our severe thunderstorm forecast. You got the fact that we are live. You have a red severe thunderstorm warning, and you have an orange tornado watch for this area. That is a lot. If you're in Lenore, and so again, this is an extreme western Manitoba. If you are in not too far from the international border here. But yeah, that is your tornado watch right there. I'm going to turn should this work? I think this should work. It probably doesn't. Let's find out. Okay, it does. But does it cover radar? See, we got to flip it. Radar should be on top. I wonder if I refresh if it'll work. We're going to find out. And the answer is no. Okay, yeah, we have to flip that. Oh yeah, I put the cold front on top. Yeah, we got to flip that. So anyways, but yeah. So there is your severe thunderstorm watch over here in Alberta. And we already notified a storm over here in Ontario. It's going to be a multi-province day here, folks. So bear with us. What's going on here? That's really got an S shape to it. It's getting too close to radar now, too. Let's see. We notified it right there. Kind of weakened a bit, but it's getting close to radar, so it might be actually the strongest part of this might actually be dipping underneath the radar. Let's go tilt 2, tilt 3. Yeah, tilt 3 is picking up on something here. Tilt 4. Yeah, there's lots of strong winds in here. 87, I saw. So there is still a pocket of strong winds before we get to the folded mess. You can see that little bright section there. Okay. It even shows on tilt 17. Really? Whoa, it really just showed up on tilt 17. That's the highest tilt in the entire scan strategy. That's right. We got 17 tilts of Canadian radar. I think that's the only place you can get 17 tilts. That's us. All right, I'm turning off the fill because it's driving me nuts. Where is it here? There we go. All right. All right. So, red severe thunderstorm warning with some wild looking velocity. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know what? It looks like side lobe contamination from the monster hail core. Look at this hail core. Is that the most Canadian sounding I've ever sounded? Look, I can't even do it again. It sounded very Canadian. Look at this hailstorm there, eh? Healy Island special marine warning. Interesting. Okay, that storm is an absolute beast. If you are in Lenore, if you're in Kenton, Harding, Manitoba, Bradwardine, Manitoba, Mascawata, Manitoba, Sioux Valley, Manitoba, Oakner, Floors, Norman, Manitoba. Why have I never heard of these locations? I've streamed in Manitoba for over a decade, and I don't remember that once. It's got a big tail on it, but its velocity's very messy, likely from the side lobe. Yeah, red level severe thunderstorm warning. That's pretty wild. You don't see that every day. Let's go up north of Regina and see what's going on with these. Not too much? Nah. They look boring. What's going on down here in Medicine Hat? Is there storms literally everywhere in the entire country? Is that what we're going to have to deal with today? Is there anything going on in BC? Looks like there is, but the radar's out. Right. No. We have the radar outages now in Instant Weather Pro, so you can click on them and see all the details of the outage. Another squid. My birds are getting a bit antsy in Ottawa. Thank you so much, Another Squid. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being a YouTube member for 13 months. Thanks so much. Let's scroll over and take a look here. I want to keep an eye on this. Is a really interesting shape to this storm. It's really got my attention. The problem is that it's right underneath the radar. Sometimes you complain like, oh, the radar data is not that good in this particular area because it's too. Most of the time, it's because it's too far from radar, right? But in this particular case, you can be too close to the radar, and that's what we're dealing with here. This is too close to the friggin' radar. It's not helping us. Okay, we just got an update. We're waiting for the velocity update there. I don't know why that's not streaming. Okay, what is it? 4:11 Eastern in Ontario, so that means we're getting an update nowish. We also have the fastest updating Canadian radar. From what I've seen, out of any other service, we update Canadian radar pretty instantly, which is pretty on brand. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. I know it's the same scan we already saw, but just look at this thing. What does Tilt 2 look like? Storm is a beast. And this is just like getting started. That's a pretty big tornado watch. Just southeast of Regina. It includes, I believe it includes Yorkton. Yeah, Yorkton is included up here. Things can get pretty interesting for the Yorkton area later. We'll see. Oh, yeah. Brandon says, can we mention that one of North America's biggest storm celebrities is chasing today and tomorrow here? Yeah, Reed Timmer. He's probably going to go live at some point. I should probably pull up a stream somewhere. But, yeah, Reed Timmer is up here. I mean, he was a huge influence to me when I first got into things because I was getting into storms and, I've obviously, from the movie Twister, I've always been interested in tornadoes. And then I was just like, I was confused and frustrated with the way that, the warnings were like county based. And I was asking a lot of questions. And then my wife pointed out to me, she said, hey, you got to watch this show on Discovery Channel. It's called Storm Chasers. And, Reed and Tim Samaras, rest in peace. And Sean, like everybody in that show, I was just like, wow, this is, not only is it fascinating, but it was mind blowing to me that they were bullseyeing tornadoes in the US. And up here we had county based warnings. So, I got to credit that show and also to see the excitement of Reed is something wild. People say he's wild. He's wild. He's the wild goat. It's hard to say that guy is not at least in the running for most prolific storm chasers of all time. Like while he was on the road, he got his PhD and stuff. It's pretty impressive. So. User says, I love weed trimmer. Yeah, he's something else. He's something else. But when he shows up in your neighborhood, when he's crossing an international border to come up here to be on storms like this, that's an interesting sign. So yeah, people say when he shows up, they get nervous. So, and I can appreciate that. You can see an outflow boundary developing right here below the storm. It's got a big, long outflow boundary. You can only see that on raw radar. I don't know why I added 2 raws there. Raw. Let's take a look at Eastern Ontario. Rah, rah. Yeah, that storm's pretty grumpy. Heading into Franktown right now. It's really got that kind of bookend vortex look to it. It's got quite a curve. And the back of the neck is heading right into Franktown, right where the radar station is. So we'll see what what it looks like when it comes out the other side. I think it's going to be pretty windy coming out the other side there. So Franktown, Beckwith, Ontario, Prospect, Ontario. I need to say the province name a lot today because I'm going to be bouncing from province to province. And so not that there's a lot of overlap with names, but there could be, especially for small towns and stuff. So yeah. Good. Yeah, look at this from Blainville radar. Let me try storm relative. Storm relative velocity, there's actually a really weak area far away from this radar, but let's see what this looks like. See, that looked interesting right here. Right there. Interesting. Oh, interesting. We're seeing what the emergency alert looked like, and from Westman Storm Chasers there, and it said Environment Canada, and then in capitals, very large hail in this mobile coverage area. Interesting. Interesting. Haven't seen that before. What percentages are we at here? 10% tornado risk on this cell? What? I mean, it's got a bookend vortex look to it, so there's that. Hold on a tick. Don't hold on to a tick. They're not very friendly, but hold on a second here. I want to see what that next frame looks like. I mean, it's going to be right under the radar, but interesting. This is already going to a 10%. And there's this S though. Why do I keep clicking things? There we go. This very curved section of this storm kind of weirded me out. It's too close to the darn radar though. We got to keep there's also, this storm's actually starting to look pretty decent too. It's one near Arnprior, Ontario. It's really starting to kick it up a notch. I don't think we're expecting too much tornadic activity in this area, but as we all know, stranger things have happened. Environment Canada's severe thunderstorm warning mentions 90-kilometer-an-hour winds and 50 millimeters of rainfall. Yeah, I think flooding could be certainly an issue here because it looks like this whole thing is just going to spin around. And it's just going to be like round after round after round in eastern Ontario. So, but the whole thing is rotating, so we need to keep an eye on that. Looks like there's some storms over here just east of Britt as well. What are they doing? Where are you going? What do you got? 8% tornado risk. What is happening? Too close to the radar, I think, is contaminating the percentile there. This storm, though, I mean, this velocity is now tucked right in here. So really strong inflow winds, I'm assuming. This still feels like side lobe, but this feels like we're actually starting to see some interesting velocity on this cell. Yeah, that was right in there too. Oh, we just got an update. The 323 frame. Interesting. That hail core is still ridiculous. What do we at now? 75.6 dBz. Just monster hail on this thing. 92% total severe. Those percentages are pretty high. 32% tornado risk on that cell. Oh my goodness. It does have quite a big RFD down here. And quite noisy velocity that's brutal to deal with. Let's see here. Interesting. What if we go to a storm relative? Give us anything? Anything of use? Whoopsie. I gotta stop clicking the map. I don't know. It's tricky. But I know there's probably 5 or 10 storm spotters on this thing right now. So if it puts something down, we're going to know about it pretty quick, I would assume. Yeah, they expanded the tornado watch a bit further into Manitoba here. I wonder if this storm is inspiring that. Looks like they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning a bit to the east as well too. Riverdale, Bradwardine, Wheatland Rivers. This is all in Manitoba. Yeah, a bunch of these locations. Interesting. Yeah, that storm is ridiculous. I do not. I think anybody who's in northern Lenore right now is probably. I'm assuming it's probably a lot of farmland up here. Doesn't look like farmland, and somebody's farm is getting pounded with hail right now. My thoughts are with them. Oh boy. Nothing happening in Alberta much yet. Let's take a look actually at Environment Canada's thunderstorm forecast. I thought I had them loaded up here. One sec. Oh, here we go. So here's Environment Canada's thunderstorm forecast for Alberta. As you can see, they actually highlighted Rocky Mountain House and didn't highlight Red Deer, or at least the center of town. So that's actually where they forecasted severe thunderstorms today. Actually, let's see what their thunderstorm outlook says. It says, you can't see it. There we go. The moderate threat, so that's 2 out of 4. Isolated thunderstorms, 70 kilometer an hour winds. So they're not thinking that the winds are going to be an issue there, but 2 to 3 centimeter hail and 30 millimeters of rainfall. So that's this is where they forecasted, and then this is where the severe thunderstorm watch ended up, more to the east. So I wonder if they're going to extend that west, or if they think it's pretty much just shifted a bit to the east. So it's interesting to see that the difference there. Edmonton is just in a minor risk for, let's see what it says, 1 to 2 centimeter hail and 70 kilometer an hour winds, 30 millimeters of rainfall. And same with Calgary's in that as well. So we'll keep an eye if we can over there. This is obviously, when you look at the coloring here, it's like, yeah, there's a bit of a risk. And it's like, okay, it's go time over here. You can see the outline of where we posted the forecast there in red. Now, this storm is actually east of Environment Canada's original kind of base. Probably the orange is where they were thinking they were going to issue a tornado watch, kind of around that area. And it's gone a lot wider to the west, and it's got, it's a little less north than they initially forecasted, and it's stretching quite a bit, even into their minor risk for today. They've got a tornado watch now, probably because of this cell. I think this cell has kind of changed the game a little bit. And the side lobe on this thing's wild, 110. Going to be some big winds and some huge hail in there. That hail core is just ridiculous. Look at this thing. Driving into that would be brutal right now. Absolutely brutal. What kind of, that says 72. What are we at here? 92% severe risk, 90% severe hail risk on that storm. It's pretty confident. It's a pretty bold statement there. Oh, I wanted to talk about southwestern Ontario as well too, because we've already got storms actually just south of Essex County down here, and they're actually not too shabby. 28% total severe risk on them, 15% severe wind. Let's take a look. Let's go back here. Yeah, so there's actually there's a marine weather statement, special marine warning. Which one's which? So they're both, is that both US? Let's see here. I think so. Yeah, those are both US alerts, and covering south of Pelee Island. But that storm's kind of heading right towards Pelee Island right now. Might be worth a polygon for our friends at Pelee Island. That pretty decent storm's heading their way. Shall we? Is it polygon time? I think it's polygon time. Now, which way? Hold on. I need to see this animation. See, this is the part that's interesting me, and it's going straight to the southeast, so it might actually miss Pelee Island. But this part of the storm's definitely going to hit. It'd be interesting to see what the mosaic is on it. Let's back up and see what the mosaic is on it so we can see kind of where it thinks things are going. So I'm going to undo that radar, back this up, move it forward slightly. Yeah, I'm going to hit refresh. So I still have it on our admin map there. There we go. All right, let's watch this move forward. Yeah. So there's that storm, and this is where it's going. I think it still actually will stretch and hit these, but just in its current form, looks like it's heading southeast, so it will affect Pelee Island. So yeah, I should probably let them know what's up. Yeah, let's do a... let's draw a line. Just to let our Pelee Island friends know what's up. There we go. All right. Yeah, I would say a wind risk on that one. Carefully monitor storm located. Hold on. Tracking to the southeast towards Pelee Island. This storm may have the potential to produce strong or damaging wind gusts. Wind gusts, frequent lightning, and torrential downpours are likely. Small hail is also possible. And that is going to be at 4:33 Eastern for a deep southwestern Ontario. A lot of deeps there. Let's do this for an hour. No, 2. An hour and a half. Not 2. Okay. We have 69 people on Pelee Island. All right. Pelee Island, what's up? 69 people have Pelee Island for their push notifications. Did I spell it right? Always got to check. Yeah, that's right. How can I get that wrong? 2 E's at the end. Okay. Looks good to me. And yeah, the timing's fine. So sending it off. Away it goes. Done. There you go, Pelee. Give you a little heads up on that one. I mean, there's some pretty good percentages on that cell. Anyway, so this is Environment Canada's severe thunderstorm risk for deep southwestern Ontario today, which covers Windsor. It covers Chatham-Kent. I wonder how the positioning of this cold front is going to affect this. We're going to see some activity further up. Interesting. But yeah, so if storms do hit this area today, then Environment Canada is talking about 90 kilometer an hour winds and 2 to 3 centimeter hail. And here's their forecast over here, overlaid. Yeah, that storm heading towards Ottawa right now is starting to kick it up a notch. Yeah. That's looking quite robust. I do want to take a look at this Franktown one. It's really curling over big time. I think we'll go, let me just take a look at this one. Yeah, that's probably going to go due east. I would think this is going to go due east and affect Ottawa area. Why did that look so weird when I pulled it out? I see. I know what I have to do. No. Wait. Find that hand. Where'd the hand go? Ah. Stop clicking the map. Sorry. All right, there we go. There's the hand. All right, let's do something like that. Okay. There we go. Something like this, but then also rotated quite a bit because it's going more to the southeast. It's going to be a big polygon. Yeah, it's going pretty much to the southeast here. Something like that looks pretty good to me. Maybe just rotate it a bit down, because it's probably going to extend to the southeast. Something like that. Okay. Send in a notification. It's going to go severe thunderstorm potential on that one. Severe thunderstorm potential. Oh, sending to Quebec as well. Okay. The storm has the potential. I should pre-bake these. The potential to produce strong or. You know what? Just severe thunderstorm potential. Let's leave it at that. So that looks good. That looks good. Okay. I think it's fine. Severe thunderstorm potential on that storm. Good. Oh, I do want to scrap the wind gust, estimated wind gusts on that. And did I scrap it on that one? Okay. I say main risks will be torrential rain, lightning, hail, and possibly strong wind gusts. Yeah. All right. I'm going to add that to both. Okay. What's the timing here? It is 39 and 39. This used to auto-populate. What did I do? I broke something. Okay. Looks good to me. Let's go with 3 hours because it's going to take a while. 9,768 people in this polygon. Okay. Let's send it off. Hello. Oh, there we go. Yay. Okay. Notification for our friends in Ottawa. Okay, let's take a look at this Franktown cell. Then it's starting to move to the east. It looks a lot boring. A lot more boring. So that's good. That one's looking pretty decent, though. Starting to kick it up a notch. All right, let's take a look at Blainville quickly, and then we'll jump back to Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Okay. Sounds good. And don't let me forget about Pelee Island. How's everybody doing, by the way? Haha, I got the notification. Yeah, you did. I like to hear it. Got the alert. All right. Look at this thing. This thing's just ridiculous. 90% severe hail risk. 90% total severe risk. Harding, Manitoba. Kenton, Manitoba. I hope you're underground, this thing. Even if it's just hail, it's just like, it's probably loud. There could be some really strong winds in there too. Got a big hook on it, but I mean, can anybody out there read velocity? Because this looks like a mess. What is this value here? 176.76 kilometers an hour? That's obviously noise. It's in the middle of, it's not even like in the core of the storm. It's way over here. I mean, that's probably noise. Everything around it is like 96 kilometers an hour, and all of a sudden it just jumps up to 176. What does tilt 2 look like? Oh, that's probably because, oh, there we go. So if I look at actual velocity, even actual velocity has it, and it's at 144. So hold on a second here. This noisy mess. All right. A lot of folks say, hey, can you, when you're in the live stream, can you do a tutorial on how to read radar? Sure. Here's your test. What are you looking at here? This says 119 down by Sioux Valley, 122 kilometers an hour. Here's your test. I mean, it's got a hook. Update for Brandon, says Asha. This thing is heading towards Brandon eventually. It is kind of stretching to the southeast. Let's see. I mean, this is like a due east storm. Look at this thing. This thing is just going due east. But it is slightly, you can see the storm tracks here. They're slightly edging to the south based on its overall motion. And you can see it's starting to stretch further and further south. So I think Brandon might get clipped by this. Let's hope it just stays as a windy, haily mess and doesn't actually start tightening up here. Because there's some wild values in there. Rotation near Carp. I didn't see any the last time I checked. No, there's a lot of noise. This is all just... It's a pretty noisy radar image. This is something. This is some like broad, weak, maybe outflow. This is a little more interesting here down by Almonte. Oh, hello. Okay, you've got yourself a tail. You've got yourself a little bit of weak rotation. It looks a lot better on storm relative velocity. That looks a little more interesting to me than what we see. Oh, yeah, it's been there for 1 frame, 2 frames. Okay. Thanks for bringing me back over here because I wasn't going to look at that storm again for a bit. And it's on tilt 3 and it's on tilt 4. Okay, this is looking a lot more interesting. Tilt 4, tilt 3, tilt 2, tilt 1. Minor rotation heading towards Almonte right now. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. We got to do a little polygon on this one. Let me just draw a line quick. Something like that. Why are they so skinny? There we go. Okay, hold on a second here. Let me just do a little rough calculation of where this thing is going. Okay, we're going to go minor rotation on that right now. Okay, did 10 kilometers east of Mississippi Mills? No. See, it gets that wrong. Drives me nuts. Still have to fix that. Okay. Southwest of Stittsville. Yeah, that's... So we checked a minor rotation on radar with this storm located. Let me grab that part of the line and chop it from located back. All right. And there we go. We've detected minor rotation on radar with the storm located 10 kilometers southwest of Stittsville. Where's Stittsville? Oh, right here. Yeah. Okay. Near Munster. I don't even know where Munster is. I'm just going to say Stittsville. Tracking to the southeast towards Almonte. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think that's right.
Almont? No, it's not. No, it's
Almont?
Almont.
You've told me this like 400 times. Okay. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Let's get rid of that noisy wind reading. And that's going to be 46. I'm going to send that to 502 people right about now. It's moving slow, so let's go 2 hours. Send now. Yeah, seeing minor rotation on that one. Okay, whoever told me to go check out Carp, appreciate it. because you were looking at the wrong area. You might have been looking at this area, but you probably were looking up towards Carp. I assume so. I'm being like, oh, is this rotation maybe? But that got me looking around, and then I was like, wait a minute. Wait just a second. Multiple tilt hook. Interesting. And what do we have for percentages? 4% tornado. That's not nothing. Let's see here. What about this? Okay. All right. We got that minor rotation out in Ontario. Back we travel. Let's head out west. Take a look at the beast. The Brandon beast here. Look at this thing. Sweet mama, this thing is a beast. Well, I mean, you got spotters, you got storm chasers and spotters coming up from the U.S. to get on these storms. I bet you they're all on this storm, and I bet you they're like, wow, that is quite a storm for this early. When we thought, I mean, the models were really talking about like more towards 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock when things are really going to get going. And, you know, hours and hours away from that. So, and there's a storm up here by Yorkton. Just going to keep an eye on that. Let's go see what's happening north of Regina. Not a whole lot from what I can tell. Just some storms. Let's see what's happening over here in Alberta. What's happening in Alberta? Not much. All right. There's some storms up here, I'm assuming. But we can't see any radar because it's down. What about Fort Mac? Wait, is this a severe thunderstorm watch? Or is this an air quality statement? Help me. Hold on a second here. I'm maxing this thing out here. Oh. There we go. Why isn't that popping up? Is that stuck? Refreshing. Refreshing. There we go. Oh, it's a rainfall warning. Okay. Rainfall warning for Fort Mac. Oh, you know what? We got radar back. Yay. Sometimes you just got to refresh. What's happening up here near Prince George, British Columbia? If we're going to cover weather across Canada, we might as well do it. We've got stuff everywhere. Okay. I am interested right now in what I'm seeing, this minor rotation. I just want to see if we got a new frame on that Almonte storm. It's still the same frame. Oh, no, it's a new frame. That's a new frame. Okay. All right. How's storm relative velocity look for it? It has weakened a bit for those in Almonte. Sorry, Almont. It has weakened a bit. It's still got this a bit of a tail here, but it has weakened somewhat. We continue to watch. That's what we do. A lot of pop-ups for that area. Let's go take a look at the beast. Oh my goodness. Where did my storm risk polygon go? Oh, there it is. How's the beast doing? 92% severe still. Oh my goodness. If you're in Harding, Manitoba, if you're in Riverdale, Manitoba, if you're in Pendennis, Wheatland, Rivers, all around that area. Brandon is still a question mark. It started to shift to the northeast a bit. Did you see that? Like, watch right in these next few frames. Right. Now. It's like, it's tightening up. This is getting sucked into the inflow, and it's kind of swallowing itself here, so it's cycling. The velocity on it is ridiculous. 137? Really? Okay, let's switch back to classic velocity. What does it say? 101. This is starting to look interesting. Brandon, if I was in Brandon, Manitoba right now, which I'm not, but if I was, I would be like, you know what? Where's the dog? Where's the cat? Are they under the bed? How easily can we get everybody and start kind of being like, you know what? There's a pretty nasty storm heading our way. It looks like they have downgraded it, though. They did downgrade it to an orange severe thunderstorm warning again. So the red severe thunderstorm warning has ended. We are downgraded now to an orange severe thunderstorm warning. But how often do you see orange? It's not that often. Yeah, if I'm Brandon, I'd be like, you know what? We should probably keep a good eye on this thing and have a plan here, just in case. It might miss Brandon to the north, but it also might head directly towards it. We'll see. All right, just gonna go double check on Ontario again because those are the kind of the two areas we're watching right now is extreme western Manitoba on the Beast storm, and we're watching this area in eastern Ontario as well. This little area down here by Almont, almost threw that E in, but I didn't. Almont area. We saw some minor rotation here. These couple of frames saw some minor rotation. We saw this kind of a hook developing. And then a next frame, it gets a little messier, not as defined rotation. So it's weakening here. And that's what happens with these minor rotation situations. Either you say minor rotation and it weakens and nothing happens, and everybody says, hooray. Or you say minor rotation, and then the next frame, you're like, rotation detected. And then the next frame, you're like, tornado potential. And then you get a report of a funnel cloud. And then, it's kind of how these things go. They either go one way or the other. Not many in-betweens. There are some in-betweens where it like strengthens a bit, and you're like, oh, and then it weakens a bit, and you're like, oh, and then it strengthens a bit. We basically just have to get some popcorn and watch all these wonderful colors on the radar here. That's what we do. Yeah, Brandon. I think Brandon's going to see some pretty strong winds, if nothing else. And probably, look at that. Tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. Way to go to tilt 17. Why you got to do that to me? There's tilt 1, tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. I mean, there's a heck of a signature going on here on multiple tilts on the south side of the storm. Good. Oh, looks like I got a text message. Oh, I got a message from Travis here. He is out west. And heck of a storm.
Adam, when you get a moment, can you check the team chat, please?
Yes, I can. Oh, I forgot to scroll it back down to the bottom here. Hold on a second. It's strange. Some folks are having loading issues with radars. It's totally fine for me on the admin map. I can go check on the regular one. Hold on, let me see. Need to turn the heat down. It's friggin' hot in here. Yeah, it seems to be giving me a hard time. Well, let me take a peek here. Okay, all right. Yeah, it seems to be loading slow. I don't know what's going on. Just loaded for me now. That's so weird that the admin map is using all the same stuff, which is strange. Like the map I'm using uses all the same stuff. All right. We'll figure it out. The mosaic seems to be working for me in the standard and some other pro. Like when I refresh it, the loading screen works perfectly fine. But then it's like, yeah, it's blank for a bit. Then it finally loads. All right. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This storm just north of the Fox Warren radar has no alerts on it at the moment, and it's kind of kicking it up a notch. Interesting shape to it. We're going to jump back to Ontario here. We're going to keep watching these monster storms in Saskatchewan. It's going to be probably a pretty busy night. Well, actually, no, we haven't looked at in a while. We haven't looked at our friends down here in Pelee Island, so we gave them a little bit of heads up. Yeah, the strong winds seem to be more to the west. So that's good for them. Let's take a look at the Ottawa storm here. And yeah, there's still something going on here. Interesting. Something going on here near Corkery? Nothing. But the Almont part of the storm, now there's a little bit of a hail core there. But what we saw before that looked like some minor rotation, it looks like it has weakened from what I can tell. Nothing too exciting there. I'm going to refresh this here. One sec. See, this all loads instantly. It uses the same stuff. That's so weird. Interesting. All right. Sorry about that, folks. We'll get that fixed ASAP. That's going to be pretty wet in Ottawa. Again, the main concern for Eastern Ontario is actually flooding, because like this is just the start. Then there's that round. Then there's that round. It's going to keep swinging around. So we're going to have to watch how that does develop with precipitation. It's going to be interesting. So. All right. Yeah. Everything's loading fine here. Oh, wait a minute. Interesting. Sorry, folks. I'm not very entertaining right now. I'll try to get more entertaining soon. I see. There's too many people using Instant Weather Pro right now. So it was a bit overwhelmed. So we're gonna add some juice to that. Okay, I see that. I see that. In Chillon near Fox Warren. Okay, I'll double check that. Thank you, Dalton. Oh, is that right here? Oh yeah. Look. What's with this? But tornado risk is only 0.1. We got a hook, but it's not really. It's got the look. It's got the hook look. It's got the look. Okay. Yeah, we figured out the issue. We're good. We figured out the issue. So if you're having trouble loading Instant Weather Pro, it will be fixed in a short moment. I think it probably would still work. Travis said that storm is an ice machine. It sure is. I think the app, Instant Weather Pro on the app should still work fine. Let me double check. Sorry, I got to do tech support in the middle of the live stream, folks. That's how we roll around here. Give it a second here. Okay, we're beefing things up, so we should be good to go. Brendan called that one. He's like, "Do we need to throw more servers?" Yeah, it's a little close to the station. That's a good point. That's a good point, Dalton. It's a little bit close to the station, so it's tricky to see. Let's go higher up in tilts here. Tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4, tilt 5, tilt 6, tilt 7, tilt 8, tilt 9, tilt 10, tilt 11, 12. Interesting. There's 16, supercell of 16. Shall we take a look at that? I forgot to pull that up on the screen here. Let's go look at the mesoscale analysis here. What are we on? Let's go with national. What are we at here? There we go. Is that VTP? Oh, we have VTP turned on. There we go. Let's bring it over to supercell. I mean, And it's, what are we at here? Yeah, there's a 16 in here. It's a mess right now, but there's a 16 in there. I think we can probably switch to Northern Plains, maybe? No, it gets cut off there. Yeah, but we're at, so the best is going to be national, but we should leave it on VTP so we can see how that does develop. But yeah, supercell of 16. Whoa. That's a strong environment. Oh, this thing is cooking now. What do we got here? Okay, now it's at 1% tornado risk, but it's at, I want to see that next frame. But if you're in chillin', I bet you you're not, or chill on? If you're in chill on, I bet you're not chilling right now because that thing looks pretty nasty. You might want to, get inside with that one. I think we're probably going to go minor on it just because it's got a big hook. It's got the hook look here. Oh, there's your next frame, and the hook kind of weakened here, but the hail core grew substantially. So if you're east of Binscarth, and that would be Binscarth, Manitoba. Yeah, that would be Binscarth, Manitoba. If you're east of that, near Angusville, Birdtail area, this thing's going to be bringing some big-time hail. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning on this?
Adam, you need to check out Ottawa right now. Like, there's a massive hook.
I'm on it. Whoa, what? I don't like the look of that. That is a massive hook. What is going on? Okay, it's still inside my minor. Dalton, can you notify that storm, the chillin' one? I'm gonna notify this one because it might be. I wonder if it. I'm not that convinced by velocity. That might just be kind of like a. It looks like a wild hook, but it's not actually a wild hook. But I think it's good enough to notify here. Let's go. That is interesting. Hold on, there is some VTP in the area. 1 second here. Get a higher res version of that. All right. Yeah, I don't like the look of this hook, though. All right, I'm going to get it ready. Let me just make sure exactly where it is here. Tracking east, northeast. Tracking east towards Stittsville. The storm tracking east towards Stittsville. How do you spell that? Stitts. That's right. Stittsville. Perfect. All right. Hold on a second here. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. All right. Let's get rid of that. Okay, I've got it ready. It says 5:10, but it should actually say 5:12. I got the notification ready. All right. And I kind of want to wait one more frame on that one. But it looks interesting. It's still inside of my minor rotation polygon. Beautiful. Dalton, was that just, did you just notify for hail or pretty much what it looked like? Yeah, instant weather inside the app is working perfectly fine. In fact, it's working great. That's the hook. It's got that hook look to it. Second here, plug this in. Website version is working good now. Oh, okay. I think we cranked up some servers here. Should have known it was going to be a busy day. We probably should have pre-cranked them. When do we get our next frame? That frame was... we should be getting the next frame like right now. We did. Yeah, I don't know, Brandon. I think that was actually kind of like a false hook because like look at velocity. It's just not there. Whoa, what did I do? No, I don't want tilt 16. Look at tilt 2, tilt 3. There's nothing. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's a crazy false hook. Because it looked like right here, it looks so good. Like it looks like Dunrobin. Like that is how Dunrobin looked. That exact same shape. This is like similar area, right? And then, I mean, and even that frame, there's something going on right there. Like it's kind of connected on that frame. And then on the next frame, it's just super weak. Unless radar is just losing it, but I mean, there's no rotation at all from Blainville. What about US radar? Take a look at KTYX. No. Where's that? Oh, is that west of Pelee Island? No way. Wow, it looks like rotation. Lucky that's just going south. Okay, I'm going to scrap that. Yeah. Look at this. Whoa. Right into Put in Bay. It's getting some wild signature there. Right into Put in Bay. Thankfully, that's missing Pelee Island. So, that's good news. All right. Let's go take a look at the beast. Brandon, Manitoba, you might just be missing it. Didn't Brandon get lucky on that one? I mean, unless you wanted that storm, but I wouldn't want the storm. Yeah, it's moving northeast. All right. Looks like it's moving east, but it's moving kind of to the northeast. So Brandon misses that one. You're getting maybe a little bit of rain and some lightning. I mean, there's a lightning strike here, so it's spitting lightning far from the storm. Like, look how far away this is. It is spitting lightning far from the storm. So it's like you're just standing around in Brandon. You're like, oh, looks like we missed a storm. And then a lightning strike just boom, just northeast of town. Probably coming out of the top of this huge anvil on this thing. That is an absolute beast. Yeah, let me double check on Instant Weather Pro because I think folks said it was working better now. If it's not working for you, maybe refresh. I just loaded it and it loaded instantly. Anybody else? I loaded Instant Weather Pro. It was instantly. I'm checking that out, Alana, one sec. Just checking something out here. Give me just a minute. Looks like we're getting reports of possible rotation on that storm. Yeah, you know what? We might have to go minor on that. What time is it here? Might have to redo that polygon. I'm not going to trust that that's going to work. Let's see here. It's weird because velocity just looks so boring, but there's some videos that look like could be some rotation in there. So yeah, it's probably a good idea to continue it. All right, we'll continue it. Looks like it's going about that way-ish. Let's see here. All right. Can't argue with the reports, you know? Radar might be out to lunch here. And it does have a big hook on it, so maybe it's not a false hook. Let's make sure exactly which way it's going. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Probably something like that. Okay. Let's borrow this. Scrap that. Notify with this polygon. Let's go minor rotation, and then let's just swap this out. East towards Stittsville. It's probably, yeah, it's still right there. Okay. And that's 518, 519. Oh. Okay. Looks, whoa, I don't want to double that up. Okay. Looks good to me. Sounds good. Why does that still say wind risk? Ah. I see. 1 second here. Detected. Okay. Ah, I see. I see. I have to tweak this manually. That's a pain in the butt. And I don't even think that's working, but I'll try. Whoopsie. And the timing is going to be 21. That's annoying. All right. Got to work on that. Let's see here. Looks good to me. Standing enough to 4,270 people. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. There it goes. Yeah, it looks weak on radar, but seen video of some rotation there, so worth notifying. All right. Let's see here. Make sure everything's clean. Looks good to me. Yeah, minor rotation got extended more towards the east there. All right, let's go take a look at, let's go take a look at what's happening northwest of Kingston. Looks kind of boring. What percentages we got? 10% severe. It's not too bad. come back and take a look at those storms. I want to see what's happening with the Beast. I'm referring to this wild storm northwest of Brandon as the Beast. Let's see here. 92%. It's hanging tight with 92% total severe risk on that storm. 90% severe hail risk. 35% tornado risk. And a 51% severe wind risk on this thing. If you are north of Brandon and you're anywhere near the storm, now I'm starting to see more of a signature that I don't like here. Now it's really starting to cook. Really starting to cook. We're hearing it's quite the storm chaser convergence on that Brandon storm from NZP. Oh boy. Oh boy. That means there's a lot of spotters on this one. So if this thing does drop anything interesting, we're gonna find out about it. So let me know. Is thank you, Catherine. Question for you. Everybody that's using Instant Weather Pro, how's it working now? We launched a much heavier server, and I think we are probably rock solid for Instant Weather Pro to be working well. It was working fine for me, but I'm using the admin version. I don't know why that somehow was any different than the regular version, but yeah, let me know. Let me know how it's working. Could Kingston get rotation or tornado? It seems unlikely, but you might get some strong winds. I don't like the look of this thing, though. This is starting to show some rotation here. Let's go to tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. Yeah, this thing's really starting to cook. Starting to cook. It's got a heck of a signature on it. And again, looks like there's about 15 or 20 storm chasers on this cell right now. They're all following it to the east. And if they all want to get back for what's going to happen later, they're going to have to blast west to get back. But they're not taking any chances. There's a big bad storm and they want to be on it, I guess. Yes, seems to be working a lot better, says the K-Dog. Beautiful. Sorry about that little interrupt. Should be good now. We just got to pour some gasoline on the servers there and really light them up. So looks like it's going good. Okay, I want to see this next frame here. It's kind of noisy. It's hard to tell. It's certainly got a wild looking signature on it, but is it really strong rotation, or is it just there's some broad rotation in there? It's hard to say. 27% tornado risk, so it actually went down slightly. Total severe hanging tight at 92. Is there a second round this evening for Saskatchewan? Oh yeah, the models are expecting there to be some huge storms popping up. I was thinking kind of around 00 Z, so that would be, 6, 7 o'clock. That's right, I just did that. That's what happens when you have a 9-year-old. Email not found. If you're having a hard time with the email, I don't know if you have the partner code, but that should hopefully work for you if you have a partner code. Yeah, that thing's got some big time hail in it. Absolutely. This is just a huge ice chucker. Just chucking big chunks of ice. This one just north of the Fox Warren radar, also probably chucking some huge hail up here near Angusville and Birdtail, Manitoba. And that's right. Looks like that's right on the Saskatchewan-Manitoba border. Let's go take a look at Alberta. Is anything happening in Alberta? We got severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches. We got all the watches here. All of the watches. Let's hit refresh on that. Huge thank you to all those who've subscribed to Instant Weather Pro. You got live stream customer service right here. Welcome to Instant Weather Pro customer service. Just Instant Weather customer service. Welcome to Instant Weather customer service. How may I direct your call? We're going to check on Ottawa here. Let's go take a peek. Radar looks boring, but we've seen video of rotation, so it's tricky. It's tricky. Whatever this hook was is pretty much falling apart. It had a heck of a hook like 2-3 frames ago. Right here is like a wild looking hook. I mean, that is a hook. That is a hook. And the next frame was like, then the next frame is blah. So the hook exploded. The hook exploded on that one. And like, what percentage are we getting on the storm? 2% tornado risk on this storm. Yeah, that Lake Erie storm's pretty wild. Let's take a look from the Cleveland radar here. Whoa. Yeah, that is a pretty wild storm. It's just the strongest part of that storm is just missing Healy Island. They got some part of the storm, but not that part. There is VTP though. Look at this. We got VTP sneaking into deep southwestern Ontario. That's the violent tornado parameter. So that's interesting. Are those the technical terms for the deterioration of a hook? Mm-hmm. Yes. That is as technical as it gets. It turned into blah. Yeah, that hook has imploded, but we're going to continue to watch that sell. Interesting. So there's that. And what's going on over here in New Brunswick? I mean, we're covering the whole country. We might as well get into it. They got some rain. Don't you love all these Canadian storm tracks? Only available on Instant Weather Pro. That's right. A lot of cool stuff only available on Instant Weather Pro. Because we care. Yeah, so what's the VTP in Ottawa? I think it's pretty low. If not non-existent now. I think maybe that latest frame showed up and there's none. I don't think there's any. Yeah, there's a little bit for some reason in southwestern Ontario. Let's go take a look at that Brit storm. What's going on up at Brit? It's not a bad little storm. It's actually tracking to the southeast. So that's going to be interesting. It's going to track right over Brit. It's going to track to the southeast towards Parry Sound, maybe down towards Barrie. So there's some inhibition over the water, but not much. Good. Dang, you know it's going down up here when you know what's going down up here when Ryan Hall said he tweeted, we've officially invaded Canada. I don't know how that's going to go over. This storm, though, Elton, Manitoba, looking pretty wild. But you know when the streamers from the States are actually covering Canada, we got some storms going on. Prime of the Apple, I think, said, can you look north of Brandon right now? On radar, it looks like it's getting pretty spicy for being outside looking. Yeah, no, I'm watching it. And it's a grumpy looking storm. I mean, it's got some rotation in there, some broad rotation. Canadian radar is so darn noisy, it's hard to tell sometimes, but I mean, it's cooking. That storm is cooking. Oh. Dalton thinks we're getting some development down here. Yeah, we're starting to see some little pop-ups here. You see that outflow boundary coming down off that storm, and it looks like we're getting a couple of little pop-ups right here. The birth is this little storm? Is this the birth of a monster storm? I mean, it might be. It might be. We're gonna see. 9.7 kilometers high. This says 14.3 kilometers high. This is a tall storm. See what it looks like from U.S. radar here. From a distance. Whoa, look at this wild looking inflow here. Wild inflow, 131 kilometers an hour. Now, this is also coming from quite a distance. Actually, not that far. Definitely a lot farther than these Canadian radars, but not too far. Look at the storm from friggin' Woodlands, though. Oh my good Lord. That looks ridiculous. Look at the hail core up high. 77. That ties our record from today. 77 dBz. Let's see if we go back a few frames. Actually, I think it's getting stronger. 77 dBz on that thing. Yeah, if you're near Forest or Elton or Justice, Manitoba, Inglo, Moore Park, Brookdale, these are areas just northeast of Brandon. You need to be taking shelter with this thing. This thing's probably chucking baseballs out. Like, this is just an absolute huge hail chucker. 91% severe hail risk on this thing. This thing is just an absolute beast. Look at it even low down. Like, this is close to the radar. I don't like the fact that there's some broad rotation right kind of where there's, you would think this is kind of like the hook of the storm, although that could be. It's hard to tell. But, yeah, that storm is an absolute beast. It's got an alert for huge hail in Brandon. Yeah, this thing's a beast. So Brandon is actually only in a tornado watch right now. Brandon proper is not in a... Oh, but I could be wrong. People are pretty good at letting me know. I'll hit the refresh button. Oh, yeah, they did go red. Thank you for that update. Whoever just said that. Hold on. Someone just said that. Just got an alert for the storm in Brandon. Thank you so much. I think it was Asha. Thank you so much, Asha. Perfect. Thank you for the heads up. Made me refresh my updates here. They have gone back to a red severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. And so Brandon got it, but Brandon's not actually in it. It's north of Brandon. But you're so close to the polygon, you're just getting a proximity alert now. But the huge hail is to the north. They've gone back to what, baseballs? Let's see. This thing is ridiculous. Severe thunderstorm warning, red level. Baseball size or greater hail. You ever seen that in a severe thunderstorm warning before? Baseball size or greater hail. Or greater. Yeah. This thing's chucking huge hail. My goodness. Oh boy. Oh boy. It is an absolute beast. No radars are up for Ottawa except WP. What is WP? We got all the radars here. We got Franktown. We got Blainville. We got whatever that one in the States is called again. What's that one? KTYX. Fort Drum. Who doesn't have radar for Ottawa? Checking Ottawa. Check it. Hold on. Let me hit refresh. There we go. All right. Let's take a look at Ottawa. This is the latest frame. This is the 529 Eastern frame. And radar looks boring. So, I mean, radar looked boring when there was that kind of rotation there. But I think maybe that video, or at least the videos we saw, were from a bit earlier when it was actually showing a bit of rotation, like when it was still inside the original polygon of ours. I think so. Instant Weather Pro is loading perfectly fine for me. I just loaded instantly. And that is, again, on brand. Yeah, it loaded instantly for me. Is Instant Weather Pro working for everybody? A lot of people are saying there's other apps that are down. I bet you there's a lot of apps that are down because they're probably not expecting the influx of activity happening right now. This is just a busy time. But yeah, Instant Weather Pro seems to be working great. Is that it for Ottawa after the storm? No, there's going to be a lot more, actually. So the real problem is flooding. Because there's going to be kind of like rain shower after thunderstorm after thunderstorm. I don't know if there's going to be anything as interesting as that one was, but okay, what's going on now? What is going on now? 61 versus 71. What's the VROD on that? Look at that signature. Let's see what storm relative velocity looks like. Oh, boy. I think it might be time to go rotation on this thing. I mean, again, there are a ton. I know, look at that. That might be because of the hail. I don't know, but tornado risk is only at 16%. I say only. Normally 16 is strong, but for a thing like this, tornado risk was just at 35%. But that signature hasn't even been updated in the polygon yet. So wait for the next one. I bet you this thing switches from 16%. My guess is, I bet you it switches to 41% tornado risk on the next frame. Warnings from Environment Canada are not automatically. What do you mean? Instant Weather Pro is still better than before. Still a bit of a lag. There shouldn't be a lag. I just loaded up. It loaded immediately. Bayfan says they're having a problem with email login. Okay, I can take a look at that. Send it off here. You might want to, if you're having issues logging in, you might want to send us an email. help@instantweather.ca. Ms. Esri says you have an issue with Instant Weather Pro crashing on your computer. How much RAM do you have? Do you know? Love the new layout. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. I'm going to see if I can try to replicate what's happening for you here. One sec. Yeah, so my email didn't work. So, yeah, that's a good sign that something's wrong. We'll take a look at it. Might be when we increase the server. Maybe something with the auth had an issue. We'll see. The partner code did work. So, yeah, so you know what? You might want to email. help@instantweather.ca if your email's not working. And then we'll check your email too to see if you have a partner code, because your original email that Teresa sent you should probably have a partner code on there. And the partner code seems to be working just fine. So there's that. All right, let's take a look at, I want to see if there's an update. Yes, there you go. Tornado percentage jumped to 28 on that one. What was it, 16? I said 41. That was close. Well, it wasn't too close, but it was close. That signature is really... Let's see what tilt 2 looks like. Oopsie, not tilt 20. Tilt 1, tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. That's starting to get a pretty robust mezzo on it. I don't like the look of this. If you're near Elton or Justice, Manitoba, I hope you're taking shelter with that storm, because that thing is just a beast. Brookdale, Manitoba, Inglo, Oberon, North Cypress, Langford area of Manitoba. You need to take shelter with that storm. We'll come back to see the next radar frame, which should actually be coming pretty soon. Looks like, okay, thank you, Alana. Alana said that it's not going to be too long until Reed Timmer goes live. Is that the latest frame? That is the latest frame. This thing, it's got a heck of a signature on it. Heck of a signature. There is a ton of storm spotters on that.
Can you
Thank
fix
you, Brennan.
your Zoom, please?
There's a ton of storm spotters on that storm. 24% tornado risk on it right now. If that thing puts down a tornado, we are going to know about it right away. Because there is a lineup of cars on that storm. Just taking a look at what's happening over by Ottawa. Radar still looks pretty boring. Just some heavy rain at this point in time. Tornado risk 8% on that cell? Really? Seems strange. Let's take a look at KTYX. Let's take a look at Blainville radar. All right. I don't know why that percentage is so high. Again, I think the main risk over here is going to be flooding, but obviously we've had some signs of rotation. They've been relatively weak. There's not a lot of support for rotating storms down here. In deep southeastern Ontario, there is a wild-looking storm right over the water here, south of Leamington, but it's not really. It's going to be heading to the southeast. It's going to be heading into Cleveland, and it looks like it's missing Peely. Like the strongest part of it is missing Peely Island. So we'll see if anything does develop in deep southwestern Ontario. The environment's building there. We do still have that sneaky storm up here near Britt. It's going. It looks like if I'm correct, yeah. So here's what it looks like when a storm goes right over a bunch of a huge wind farm. So here's a huge wind farm just northwest of Britt, and this is what happens when a storm goes over a huge wind farm on radar. All of a sudden, it looks like the storm is producing a bunch of hail, which it's not. And so there it goes. Okay, so we have to watch that one, see where it goes, because it's got an interesting environment. Yeah, it's got a mean hail spike. That's right. That's a good point, Paxton, there. It's got a huge hail spike. This thing is an absolute beast. What about these ones? Hold on. I'm going to take a look at these ones. Don't forget about these storms to the north. They look interesting too. But this thing this is called a hail spike. Was it 3 bodies scatter spike? That is called a hail spike. So if you line it up to the radar, see the radar's up here, right? And you see, if you take a straight line from the radar, it hits all that hail, and it actually becomes what's called a hail spike out the backside of the storm. You know this thing has huge hail when there's a huge hail spike coming out of it. This kind of looks like Pac-Man. Anyways, I don't like that. I don't like this mezzo. Again, I say we wait and see, because there is... Yeah, we wait and see.
One of the chasers on that storm is saying
there is a bunch of spotters on that storm.
Outflow dominant, so it's starting to weaken.
Old Mother Hubbard said, is there any way I can see 3-day weather outlooks in Canada? Yeah, if you have the Instant Weather Pro app, which is available, you can subscribe to Instant Weather Pro inside of our app, or you can subscribe to it. I think it works better if you subscribe to it on our website, and it's cheaper. So if you go to instantweatherpro.com. Sorry, I turned you down. Sorry, not you down. I turned everything down because I was watching a video and I didn't want it to come scream. Sorry, what did you say? Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, I was just saying that one of the spotters on that storm is saying it's becoming outflow dominant, so it's looking like it's actually weakening.
So this signature is actually outflow. It looks like a wild rotation signature, but it's actually outflow. Interesting. Okay. Outflow dominant. That's good to know. I still think we need to keep a good close eye on it. All right. Let's see here. That's funny. There's a place called Cordova, Manitoba. That is the tech stack we used on our old app. We used Cordova.
Red level tornado warning just issued.
Whoa. For this one?
Yep, for the area including Nipawa.
So much for it being outflow dominant. I mean, Environment Canada's probably looking at the signature going, good, my goodness. Like, I don't know if that's becoming outflow dominant. I mean, to me, that's a wild looking signature. And obviously the meteorologists in Environment Canada are feeling the same way. That is just a wild looking signature. And so we've got ourselves the first tornado warning of the day for this particular storm that we are watching. And we've been watching closely in Manitoba, western Manitoba. Location over Justice. 90 to 110 kilometer damaging wind gusts. Baseball or greater size hail. This had a weird parsing issue. Why did it throw a question mark? That's weird. I want to go look at the raw data there. Why did it throw a question mark? It's like baseball or greater size hail, maybe? Question mark?
They probably used the greater than symbol, and it didn't let it.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, you're right. Greater than 7 centimeters. So greater than through a question mark. At least it didn't break it. So yeah, the logic is good. At least it didn't break it when it parsed it. So that's good. That would be bad if like that little greater than symbol just like broke the whole thing. Obviously, just let it go. And 50 to 100 millimeters of rainfall. So tornado warning. Locations in the path include Justice, Moore Park, Ingelo, Brookdale. If you're in the path of that storm, I don't like the signature on this storm. I'm going to say if you're in Ingelo, Brookdale, Oberon, Hart, Petrel, North Cypress, Langford, Gregg, Wellwood, the White Mud Watershed Wildlife Management Area, Fairview. Yeah, if you're in those areas right now, I'd be taking shelter with this storm. I would have been taking shelter with it anyways, just from the hail. But yeah, it's got quite the signature on it, so I can appreciate why Environment Canada decided to go tornado warning on that one. That was too many frames of like wild looking velocity. Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot to turn the volume back up. I turned it down because I wanted to watch a video and I didn't want any swearing to come flying around. All right, better fix my Zoom before Brennan gives me a hard time. There we go. But yeah, first tornado warning of the day. Water's the best. Okay. Let's see here. The hook looks better from CASWL. Yeah, I mean, sure. It looks disgusting from both radars. Doesn't matter which one you're watching. It looks ridiculous from both. Whoa! Something's going on up here. I don't know if that's side lobe or what, but kind of looks like side lobe, but something's definitely going on up here. Starting to get a lot more interesting to the north. This is side lobe for sure. Side lobe contamination. Very classic. Especially, you can really see, for those who use like Instant Weather Pro or any other Pro Radar apps, you can really see how bright it is. But it doesn't, I mean, here's the best part about the swipe tool on Instant Weather Pro is you can see it's just it's in between the storms. Like if this signature right here was right here, I'd be more concerned. But it's right in between these. Only 1% tornado risk on that cell east of Glen Elmo there. That's interesting. 0.1 on that one. So interesting that the machine learning tornado percentages there are so low. What about this one? 13%. 93% total severe. I didn't think we'd get past 92. It went to 93. Wild. I'm just checking something. I think, 1 second here. All right, 1 second. Just going through the comments here for you. Doo-be-doo-be-doo. Oh. No. Sorry, I'm just trying to check something in the background. Give me a second. Whoa. Oh, yeah. I think email login is working again. By the way, how do you turn on VTP on the web version? I don't know if it's available yet on the public version, but we are going to add it there very shortly. Ingelo, please take shelter. Ingelo, Manitoba. Brookdale, Manitoba. Oberon, Oberon, Manitoba. Monroe, Wellwood, Hart, Petrel, North Cypress, Langford, Fairview, Gregg, White Mud Watershed Wildlife Management Area, Hummerston, Hallborough, Mentmore. You need to take shelter with this storm. It is under a tornado warning from Environment Canada, and it is an absolute beast hail chucker right now. They've extended the tornado warning to the east. Neepawa area is probably wondering what's up. I mean, you've got a tornado watch, you've got a tornado warning. Let me see which way this thing's going. Unless it takes some super hard north turn, I think Neepawa's probably okay. Let's see what the latest percentages are. 93% total severe, 91% severe hail, 61% severe wind, 13% tornado risk on that cell. Yeah, but I think Neepawa's probably okay. Email working now for Instant Weather Pro. Woo! All right, sorry. The email login now works for Instant Weather Pro. All right. Welcome to real-time tech support on the Instant Weather live stream. I mean, it's a good feedback loop, really. I mean, you're in the comments on our live stream, and we're able to bang things out in real time and get everything working and cooking good. It happened on one of the other live streams as well, too, right? Where I think a lot of people said the app was slow loading, and then we got that all working great, too. So I wonder how many servers we're running right now. Probably quite a few. But that's okay. 93% severe risk. Ingelo, Manitoba is getting pummeled by hail right now. Absolutely pummeled by hail. Instant weather and support. Yeah, exactly. Cannonball-sized hail? I don't know about cannonball. But it says baseball or larger. Greater than 7 centimeters possible with that cell. Are you kidding me? Let's go take a look at Ottawa. It looks like an absolute kind of a mess. These storms kind of near Clarence Rockland are probably got some pretty gusty winds in there. 66.6. 66.6. 64. I think I saw. Did I see a 70 in there? Oh, yeah, I did actually. 71. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, there's some pretty gusty winds in that cell as it moves east of Ottawa. And then people said, is that it for Ottawa? I don't think so, because watch this whole system spinning. Look at this. I mean, that might be the last like big nasty storm that obviously had a little bit of a hook echo there. It's actually a really good thing the environment wasn't stronger here, because if the environment was a lot stronger here, then that hook probably would have turned into something. I mean, we don't know for sure I mean, in some of those videos, it looked like it could have been reaching towards the surface, so maybe there is a little bit of damage from that, but it obviously dissipated pretty quickly, so that's a good thing. If the environment was a lot stronger and that same storm came through, it probably could have got rooted and really been pretty strong. Mark says he's got some radar issues on the app. Thank you for joining the tech support, Mark. Can you clarify? Is it the Mosaic radar? By the way, also, have you updated your app? Because you might be using the old app. Let me know if you've updated your app here. Let's see. That Clarence Rockland storm has got some pretty strong winds in there. 77.4 kilometers an hour. That's not nothing. That's probably pretty darn gusty. Let me know if you're in Clarence Rockland area. I bet you it's pretty darn gusty there right now. You updated? Okay. Is it the Mosaic radar, like the smooth Mosaic radar, or are you using Instant Weather Pro? All right, let's take a look at the beast. It's actually getting to the point now where I think we actually have to look at, which one is it closer to? No, it's still closer to Fox-Warren. It's almost past the point. I don't think this storm is stopping anytime soon. Like, they had to extend their tornado watch to the east for the cell. This thing is creating its own environment. Like, this thing doesn't want to stop. The models didn't really have this storm. They had some storms in the morning. They went up northeast. They didn't really get cooking or move this far east. And this thing just is exploding in front of the cold front here. I mean, this thing is an absolute beast. 93% severe risk on that storm. Again, if you were in North Cypress, Langford, Inglo, I hope you're already taking shelter. Hart area, Fairview, White Mud Watershed Wildlife Management Area. This is all in Manitoba. Sydney, Manitoba. Burdale, Manitoba. If you are in these areas, it's moving due east slightly to the southeast. There's Carberry, which has already been in a busy area lately. We have some folks in Carberry that have sent us lots of reports, and we appreciate it. By the way, if you are on Facebook, we have a group called Manitoba Storm Reports. It's a great place to share what you're experiencing, if it's safe to do so. We also have Saskatchewan Storm Reports. We also have Ontario Storm Reports, Alberta Storm Reports, Atlantic Canada Storm Reports. What about this little guy? Oh, it jumped up to a 5% tornado risk on this one now. Looks like they have there is a severe thunderstorm warning on this cell. Where did this one from the left come from? Oh, I see. What is this? What is this storm track doing? South at 93 kilometers an hour. Where is it going? Oh, whoa, that's weird. That's a weird glitch. Oh, there we go. This one's going more appropriately to the east. What is happening with the signature? Is this side lobe? I think this is side lobe, but that is a heck of a signature. Whoa, it looks very side lobe contaminated right here. But it's sure got a heck of a look. All right. What's going on here northeast of Regina? Northwest of Melville? We'll see what happens in Saskatchewan today. All the action's happening over here along the cold front. I mean, I wonder where everything is. Is today strange to anybody else here? Both Ryan and Max are watching this storm and hating on our warning boxes. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Team Dominators live. All right. Well, we'll have to check in on them, see what's going on. I don't know where they are. I hope they're on this storm because I don't know if anything's going to pop up. I got to go check some model data. Is anything even
hanging out in Saskatchewan?
Are they expecting it to be behind the cold front? Like what?
No, it's in that warm sector.
Oh, are they down here?
I don't know. They're all just kind of hanging around.
Oh, everybody said they're in Carlisle, which is right here. So do they think maybe they think something's going to pop up right along the border here? I don't know.
Yeah, like the area that I was looking at today was going to be actually further west, frankly, like Weyburn to Yorkton.
Okay. I mean, there are storms behind the cold front.
There's one that's popping up just west of Brandon. Like there's like a little blip.
Oh, this little thing. Yeah. Like I would assume that the majority of the action would be east of the cold. Like, hold on, I'm gonna look at some models in the background, like if they've updated it all. Because what are they thinking? Okay. All right, so they are thinking there's going to be some storms, but not till pretty late. Hold on a second. I'm just looking at the latest HRRR. So it thinks that storm is going to die over the next few hours. The Brandon one, but I mean, it wasn't even predicting it in the first place. So we'll see if it actually does die. And then at like 01 Zulu time, more development in deep southeastern Saskatchewan.
Yeah, in that 5 to 7 o'clock range is what that was always expected from today.
Interesting.
Yeah,
we'll see
that area was expected to start early evening. So
this is really remember we got that report of outflow dominant. This thing's it's got an outflow vibe to it, especially if you go over to tilt 3, you can really see it here. That's looking pretty outflowy, and it's tornado warned right now, or under a tornado warning. Okay. Well, we keep watching them. There are storms back here. I wonder if they'll get going. They're on the west side of the cold front. Is anything happening over here in Alberta? So far, Alberta looks pretty boring. What's happening? Let's go double check on Ottawa. That Clarence Rockland storm kind of kicking it up a notch here. Definitely got some decent winds in there. Yeah, it looks like Travis left that storm to go position for the show, he's saying, but we'll see if there's a big show to the west. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, I agree. I'm going to turn that off, Alana. I'm going to turn off the severe thunderstorm forecasts from Environment Canada just so we can actually look at radar better. Oh, should we? Before I turn it off, let's look at night one. Let's see what the night forecast says. Oh, the night forecast is a little bit different. And then we'll go to day 2. There's day 2. So day 2 looks like it maybe should have been the forecast for today, because day 1 not really picking this up. Let's go back to day 1. You can see, I mean, the strongest tornado warned storm right now is in the minor risk for today. So that caught everybody off guard. Does this almost look like a heart? Yeah, I think that caught everybody off guard. Minnedosa cell looks interesting. So yeah, that might have been better, as this forecast might have been a bit better for today. But that's the forecast for tomorrow. So it's going to be a long weekend for folks here in eastern Saskatchewan and western Manitoba. But all right, I'm going to turn these off now. What's going on day 3? Anything? All right, you got to break day 3. That is a nasty looking storm still. Quite a signature on it. Now it's actually, I don't know which radar it's closer to. We can figure this out though. If I click this button and I click this button, open closest radar. Yeah, it's the Woodlands radar now. And look at the signature on this thing. It is just ridiculous. 101 kilometer an hour wind gusts in there. Absolutely beast hail core. Still tracking to the east. Very slowly too. So obviously there's a flooding risk with this storm because it's moving slow. Obviously there's if you're just getting pummeled with hail and it lasts for like an hour or more, instead of it just being like, in certain parts of the country, the further you go east, storms just fly by. So you like get pummeled with hail and then it's over. But here, you're getting pummeled with hail and you better buckle up because it's going to last for a while. Oh boy. Is this Brandon storm looking at a due path towards Stonewall? You're a ways away here. You're a ways away. We'll see what it does. The models are trying to kill it. Models are trying to kill it over the next couple hours, but it doesn't look like it wants to die. It looks like it wants to keep going east. And if it does keep going east, it's going straight towards Portage La Prairie, and it's potentially going straight towards Winnipeg, but it's hours away at this point. What's the risk for Canada? Oh, there's a tornado watch here. There's a tornado warning. This storm is looking quite nasty here in Manitoba at the moment. All right, now I'm too cold. I got to turn this thing down. Yeah, good call, Alana. I think it's probably a good idea to get rid of the forecast there. It's hard to watch. I don't know if this thing's going to die. It's in between the cold front and the warm front. The warm front is east of Winnipeg, and the cold front is west of Brandon. I don't necessarily see any reason why this thing's going to die. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's that? That looks like a gustnado, I think. Is that a gustnado on that storm? East of Brandon. Yeah, it looks like there's gustnado. So, it's obviously, there's heavy outflow going on with that storm, but this thing is just cooking east. I don't see why this thing couldn't just go straight through Portage. If you're in Portage, if you have time right now, these are those times when you got a slow moving storm. Like let's look at the speed on this thing. What kind of speed? Hold on, let me go back. Let's take a look. Let's go to the closest storm tracks here. Let's try this one right here. This thing is going east at 56 kilometers an hour. This one says it's going east at 39, somewhere between the two. So 40 to 50, 40 to 60 kilometers an hour. This thing's moving east at, right? So let's say you're hanging out in Portage la Prairie. Are you able to put your car in a garage? Are you able to maybe cover your plants? You've got time. I don't think this thing's chucking lightning that far. At least based on the data so far, you got time. Now is the time to start covering some stuff up. Now, to be fair, if you're in Carberry or you're in Sydney or you're in Furdale, if you're in Austin, Norfolk, this is in Manitoba. I have to say that because there's Norfolk area in Ontario. But McGregor, if you're in these areas, it's time to just take shelter. Take shelter in the path of this thing. Don't start going outside. But you're in Portage la Prairie, you're in Winnipeg, you might have some time. We'll see. That's wild. Alana says she's not seen any reports of large hail come from the storm, but it's got to be putting down some big hail. I just don't think anybody's core punching it.
Yeah, that's not just because I'm not seeing any reports doesn't mean it's not happening. I'm surprised that I figured by now would have seen something.
Unless it's like just like where a storm just holds all the ice up high and it just holds it there, and you like look up at it and you see that green hue. It might just be holding onto that ball of ice. I don't know, but it's got to be. I saw the swaths. It's got to be dropping some big time hail. It's got to be. I would be shocked if we have all that data and this thing's not chucking tennis balls out of it. I think it's time for a Chewy bar. I'm like, I need some sustenance while I go downstairs. I'm just going to grab this box of Chewy bars. That'll get me through the stream, this 9-hour stream we're anticipating. Two hours? I got to stand up soon. Miss Esri says, do we get to see dinner in a few hours? Probably. Says, LOL, on screen it says tornado warning. Yeah, because it's under a tornado warning. I don't know why that's funny. Obviously, it makes perfect sense that tornado warning issued in Manitoba when there's a tornado warning in Manitoba. Ruler says, it's not funny to me. Oh, it was misspelled? What? Oh, it was Tonado? I'm assuming, Brennan, did you fix it? Okay.
I don't see it, so he must have fixed it.
Well, I can see how that was funny. Tornado. Tornadoes are scary, but tornadoes? Extra scary. This guy in our comments is Teed Rimmer. And he's got Reed's profile photo. We're assuming you're not a troll. So we're going to let you slide for a bit. But we'll see. We'll see. Calgary Tech coming to the super chat. Thank you so very much. I had a large quantity of prunes today, which is making me outflow dominant. I can't believe you made me say that on stream. Thank you for your time. Did I miss a whole bunch? I totally did. Sorry. Habs316 with a super sticker. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Perfect forecast. Exciting today. We have guests from USA chasing. That's right. And you're being a member for 1 month. Thank you so much. Appreciate you becoming a YouTube member. Linda became a YouTube member. Oh, thanks for the gifted membership. So somebody has been gifting memberships. Oh, another squid gifted has been a member for 13 months. Who gifted all these memberships? Somebody did. Whoever did, thank you so much. I got Brandon earlier, and Hot Dog says, it's bad when Reed is chasing in Canada. Yeah, I agree. And then Calgary Tech. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate all the support. If you sent in stars on Facebook, we really, really appreciate it. If you sent in gifts on Twitch, we appreciate it as well, too. Looks like they have extended the tornado warning to the east. This is an outflow-friendly stream. All right. We're watching that one closely. Let's go take a look at some other storms. We can't get mesmerized by these supercells. We have to keep looking at different storms, as mesmerizing as they are. We need to keep an eye on Eastern Ontario, at least until this starts to calm down over here. That may have been the show over here in Eastern Ontario. We'll see. Everything in behind it looks pretty sloppy. It might just be a rained out situation. That might have been the show. Definitely got to get rid of these minor rotation and this severe thunderstorm potential here. I'm going to do that right now on the stream. All right, what do we got here? Pelee Island. Got to get rid of that one. Almont. Got to get rid of that one. Let's see here. That's a different one. Stittsville. Rid of that one. Severe thunderstorm potential. I get rid of that one. And what else? There's just the one. Okay, perfect. Cool. Those will go away now. Yeah, it's looking pretty sloppy here in Eastern Ontario, from what I can tell. Oopsie. All right. Good. Let me see here. We better go look at Manitoba again, see what's happening. That storm heading towards Cleveland is looking pretty grumpy. It's looking pretty grumpy for sure. I just missed the strongest part of that. Just missed Pelee Island, and I think did I get rid of that Pelee Island one? I think I did. Yeah. All right, let's go look at Manitoba. Where's the beast? Here it is. I want to see where kind of that future radar tracks it. Whoa, the signature on this thing is just ridiculous. Okay, let me turn off radar. Wait a few seconds. Hit refresh. And let's see where this wants to go. Oh, I've got my speed cranked to the roof here. Let's bring that back to here. Okay, here we go. Check out our new smooth radar. That's nice. Looks like it wants to go right through Portage. Oh, interesting. All right. And you can see the time below in CDT. And back this up here. So that is 5.6. That's the 5:16 frame. And as we move it to the east, trying to track it to the northeast a bit. probably influenced by the storm track. We actually redid this. We've seen some strange stretching on it. That's a weird stretch. But we're trying to influence the motion by the storm tracks because the storm tracks are actually pretty darn accurate. Now that we've added Canadian storm tracks to Instant Weather Pro, which don't exist elsewhere, which is pretty cool. So now we've got Canadian storm tracks, and now we're influencing. It looks like it's trying to push it a little bit to the north. But yeah, Portage could be in the path of that one as it moves to the east. That storm doesn't seem like it wants to stop. It seems like it wants to keep going. What about the ones up here? Let's take a look at these. Might be going through Dauphin at some point. Ebb and flow area with those ones. Yeah. I just can't get over how smooth this radar is. Sorry, I just want to watch it again. Our new smooth radars, I just love it. Spent months on this. We almost abandoned it. It was really tricky. Spent months on making this work. Almost abandoned it. And then had some breakthroughs, and we're like, you know what? Smooth radar is awesome. Look at this. That's so awesome. Anyways, I'm geeking out now. Actually, when am I not geeking out? Is a better question. Tornado warning continues with this one. A lot of spotters seem to be back here hanging out, waiting for these storms. I mean,
Starting to see things fire up out there, so it might not be long.
maybe. Who's that one spotter is in Stoughton? Where's Stoughton? Let me see. Stoughton. Yeah, so they're west of the cold front. I don't know. West of the cold front? You might want to be east of the cold front. I don't even know if they're paying attention where the cold front is. Maybe they are. But I don't know if you want to be west of the cold front. I would think east of Estevan. Down here. This is probably prime time. But we'll see. We'll see. Does anybody know where Reed is? Let me know where Reed is. I just got some data that said 5 centimeter hail in North Cypress, Langford. Yeah, that's just based on radar. But larger than 5 centimeter hail happening right here. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt it. Please check North Dakota. Mainly focus on Canada in this live stream. But there's a lot of awesome streamers in the States. You got Max Velocity, Evan Freiberger, Michigan Storm Chasers, Reed Timmer, of course. Except he's up in Canada right now. Ryan Hall. Yeah, if you want coverage he's in Kingsley, thank you. If you want coverage in the States, I would definitely recommend all of those awesome streamers down south. If you want coverage in Canada, you know where to find me. He is in, what was it again? Kingsley. Let's go see where Reed is. I was just about to type Reed in the search. Where's Reed Timmer? Whoever. If you don't know who Reed is, he's one of the, I would say, easily one of the most famous storm chasers in the world. Arguably one of the best. Kingsley. That's Kingsley, Saskatchewan? Is it Kingsley, Saskatchewan? Probably. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so he's just near Kipling. So he's west of the cold front. I mean, it looks like some storms are going to pop and actually ride the cold front. So I think that's his play. He's just seeing what's up, and then he's going to see which way he wants to go. This is starting to look interesting right here. I bet you Reed would appreciate it if he was able to see storm relative velocity in Canada if he used Instant Weather Pro. I don't know if he's using Instant Weather Pro. Probably not. But if he is, he'll be able to see storm relative velocity, which you can't see anywhere else for now.
Adam, where did it put you for Kingsley? Because I think that wasn't quite right.
It put me... Well, is there a Kingsley in Manitoba?
No, so where he's at, if you look at Estevan and then, right there, yeah.
That's where it put me, right above.
Oh, okay.
Right
I thought it put you a lot further west than that. Never mind.
Okay, no, I mean he's pretty close. I mean, if I'm assuming he's going to start blasting east to try to catch up with these cells popping off the cold front. I hope everybody's paying attention to where the cold front is, because if you're west of the cold front, it's pretty rare that you get big tornadoes west of the cold front.
I also think the cold front might be a little further west than that.
You think it's going to shift on the next update? This updates every 3 hours, I think. So I don't know the last time it updated, but this is right from the Weather Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. So these are the quote-unquote official fronts. So, I mean, maybe the low is going to move. Is the low going to actually move to the west and pull that west? I would be surprised. I thought the pips are supposed to point in the direction it's going.
Yeah, no, it's... I'm not convinced it's in the right spot based on that map. I think it's a little off.
I'm going to go look at some stations just to see what... You can see it with temperatures, right? So... Hold on, I'm gonna take a look at something in the background. I just want to see if things line up here. Yeah, I mean it's still even like Weyburn's like 25. Estevan's 32 degrees. So yeah, it might be slightly further west just based on the stations. Yeah, Estevan's 32. Yeah, it might actually be a bit further west than that. 1 second here. Da da do 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 ba da do do. Interesting. I think those... Hold on a second here. No, that is right. That is right. Right from... I see. So it's a bit older. It's from 1800Z. So it's from 18Z or 18Z. So that's actually from 2. So it's actually a little bit different now. But supposedly it's actually turning into a stationary front. And it's right near Carnduff. Where's Carnduff here? Oxbow, Carnduff. Yeah, so the positioning's right. But the Weather Prediction Center still has it as... Well, it'd be interesting to see the next update. It should be coming pretty soon. It would be coming actually very soon, so... Let me refresh and see if we get a new one. It has updated. There you go. So it did turn into a stationary front, and it did stretch west. Okay, so not an occluded front, but a stationary front. Interesting. So that's quite a development. Yeah, we just got the newest update. Good thing we were talking about it, so we can figure that out. All right, back to the beast of a storm. It looks like an absolute beast. If you're in Gregg, Manitoba, Wellwood, it's moving slowly. It's now finally reached the White Mud Watershed Wildlife Management Area, or the WWWMA, as we all know it. Furdale area, Pine Creek Station, Austin area. Yep. All right. I think, let me see here. Okay. Just go back to the team chat. Yeah, I saw that, Brendan. Actually, that's the reason I refreshed it, because I saw that alternative front, and I'm like, oh, it's gone stationary. That's strange. And then I refreshed it and immediately showed stationary front. So, and it has stretched to the west, which is really interesting. So now there's an included front way up north here in purple, you can see. And there's a warm front to the east, of course. But that has turned into a stationary front. So we'll see what happens with this storm. Is it just going to keep cooking to the east? It wants to. I mean, it's just going. I think it's going to head towards Portage. If you're in Portage la Prairie, you pay attention to that storm. It's just cooking to the east. Reed is north of Estevan. Okay. Stationary fronts just really mean they're not going anywhere. They're not going east, they're not going west. They're kind of a combo of a warm front and a cold front mixed together. Is that right, Alana? That's probably the least technical explanation of it ever. But
yeah, pretty much. And that's going to be the line that we're going to be watching tomorrow, just shifted further east.
Okay. Oh, so tomorrow is all still part of the same. So it's basically gonna lock in right here, and then tomorrow is it's gonna finally start pushing to the east, kind of thing.
Yeah, okay. That's why it's kind of like a multi-day outbreak here that we're looking at, is because it's pretty much the same setup, just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, so that says the storm hit 93%. It's been 93 for a while. We saw 93 earlier. Oh, we got storms popping. Storms, they be popping. Near Estevan. What I got to look at? A U.S. radar for that? Which one are you looking at? Oh, KMBX? Okay. Aha. There we go. Right on the stationary front. We got a storm popping right near Estevan. Good call, Brennan. There it is. All right, so the whole thing about the cold front didn't make any sense, because now they're riding the stationary front, and they are popping. Now let's see what the environment is like for this. If we turn on the American forecast, you can see the Storm Prediction Center has gone to orange, right? Yeah. Let's turn that up. Yeah, you can see that here. So the Storm Prediction Center has gone to an enhanced risk. And that goes right up basically to that Estevan storm, right up into Saskatchewan. Oh, boy. Oh, Atlanta got it first? Okay. And let's see the day one tornado. 2% down here, but I think most of the action's supposed to be to the north anyways. All right, there's our VTP. Looks like we got a VTP of 2 right there. Pardon the low res on that. We probably make it better. I don't know if I go northern. I don't know if I've adjusted this yet. I have to hand adjust these to make them perfect placement. Oh, that's actually not too bad, I think. So yeah, we've got just a little pocket of 2 and a 1 of violent tornado parameter. And I'm guessing that's going to continue to strengthen with these storms. This thing just doesn't want to give up. This storm in Manitoba just does not want to give up. This thing, models predicted this thing dying, and it just is not dying. It just keeps going. Like the Energizer Bunny of storms here. Yeah, it doesn't want to stop. We'll see if the Storm Dome of Portage la Prairie or the Storm Dome of Winnipeg wants to stop this thing. I don't know. Amazing Person 34.9 says, we'll have to watch the storm very closely as it develops and lifts north where it interacts with that residual outflow boundary left from the storms earlier. Yeah, good call. Good call. That's right. So this storm has left a big outflow boundary, which can be invisible at times. You might not even be able to see it. And now this thing is go time here. Let's turn this off. I wonder how many spotters are going to be on this one. This is going to be, and it's tracking to the northeast. I think this storm's going to be a big show here. We're going to see. Rick says the Winnipeg bubble stops everything. Not everything. Derek says doesn't look like Yorkton area will get anything. It might. We'll see. Storms are actually just developing, so it's hard to say exactly who's going to see what. Is it going to come near Portage? The one we're tracking? Probably. Unless it just magically dies. It's heading straight towards Portage. Brandon Kopic is heading to intercept that storm. So spotters are all probably trying to converge on that one right now. This one continues east. It's got its sights set on Portage la Prairie. It's still under a tornado warning. Connor Croft is getting excited about the setup. He's in Carlisle. Do I think Yorkton will get storms? Hard to say. We'll have to see. We're just going to have to watch it. Reed's getting close to Estevan. So Reed is targeting this storm right here. I mean, it's already got a little bit of a hook. It's building to the north, but I have a feeling it's going to turn right. We'll see. I think I'm going to throw a polygon on this thing because I just think this thing's gonna cook. I just want to give these folks a heads up on this one here. I'll just get a polygon ready for this one. Something like that. It's actually kind of heading a little bit more to the north. I have a feeling it wants to turn right, so I'm a bit torn here. Maybe make this thing a lot wider. I can always update it. Let's see. Get this ready. When are we going to get another update here? Oh, we just got an update? No. What's Tilt 2 look like? Tilt 2 is already cooking. Oh, boy. This thing's going to be wild. Kyle says Sidewinder for sure. I don't know about Sidewinder. Rita's heading to Hitchcock, someone said. Yeah, Hitchcock's right here. He's probably, I don't know, coming down 39. Oh, we just got an update. Yeah, it's starting to cook. Oh. We're going to keep that polygon there in anticipation of, we got to go back to this beast, north of Sydney, Manitoba. It does have, there is rotation in here. I'm a bit concerned with this storm as it moves east. Furdale heading towards Deer, Austin, however you pronounce this, Exira, Exira, heading towards Bagot, McGregor, Caye, Beaver, Catream, or Catream. Yeah, it's got this rotation couplet here. I'm a bit concerned with that as it moves east. And again, it's heading straight towards Portage la Prairie. So this is all tornado warned right here. The only storm they're talking about, though, is the one east of North Cypress, Langford here. That's the one they're talking about. So if you're up in Gladstone, if you're in Neepawa, if you're up here near Glenella, Langruth, those areas are not a concern. The concern right now, I mean, those areas could become a concern, but right now, the storm is moving pretty much due east, heading towards Portage la Prairie, maybe towards Delta, Westbourne, Bloom areas, Norfolk, Manitoba. These areas are a concern. I'm going to go and take a jump over to the Ottawa area where there is a 998 low pressure. Interesting. Yeah, some pretty strong winds. 70 kilometer an hour, 71. There's some pretty strong winds here east of Ottawa. But nothing's really jumping out at me as spectacular. I think basically it's turning into a flood risk here. Look at this. This big sloppy, just nonstop rotating on a big scale, not rotating on the small scale here. Well, there's a little something right there. Yeah, it's pretty weak. Near Hawkesbury. Yeah, so anyways, Eastern Ontario and Quebec looks like just a big sloppy mess at this point in time. We'll see if anything changes. Looks like we do have some storms in New Brunswick, but they look pretty boring. Just some rain. And what's going on here? Wait, where are you going? We got a tiny little pop-up here near Arthur. Wellington North. Southern Ontario, seeing its first little pop-ups. Hello. Where do you think you're going? All right. Brampton, Mississauga, Toronto, Oakville area might see a little storm there. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Interesting. All right. Good. Oh, yeah, I wanted to look at those storms near Britt. They basically fell apart. Yeah, they look pretty boring. That's good news for those folks, but you get some rain. Still have tornado warnings in Manitoba with this particular storm that is heading due east towards Portage la Prairie at the moment.
Correction, the tornado warning was just dropped on that storm.
Oh. Whoa. Let's see here. Yeah, they have downgraded it to an orange severe thunderstorm warning. But that doesn't mean it's over here, folks. This is still a pretty strong storm. Going to bring a big hail core over towards Portage la Prairie. Cross your fingers if you don't want your plants and crops to get destroyed. You want this thing to probably die out, but it just keeps going. That thing just keeps going. Past the point it should have. And then we go and look at these new storms. Oh, we got a couple of little hailers up here by Duck Mountain Provincial Park. There's a couple of decent little storms up there, actually. Lots of flooding risk with areas that are going to see multiple rounds of storms, but all of this, most of Canadian spotters at least the prairie spotters are really focusing on what we're seeing here. We're already up to a 5% tornado risk on that cell. And let's take a look at KMBX. That might be the better radar to watch here. Oh, where did velocity go? Come back, velocity. Velocity left me. What about KGGW? It's pretty far away. Looks wild from far away. Yeah, this thing is going to cook. This thing is going to cook. I wouldn't be surprised if Environment Canada put out a warning on this thing pretty soon. Because I think they're anticipating just like oh, wait, what? No. What? Hold on a second here. Did we drop back to the previous fronts? No. I think they just updated the fronts and they put it back to a cold front. So I'm looking at the 21Z surface analysis from the WPC, and it looks exactly like this. No way, that just updated again. What? I thought it went to stationary. No way. And this thing's west of the cold front? Can't be. I think the cold front's right here. Yeah, these fronts aren't perfect. Even if they are from the Weather Prediction Center. Looks like Brandon's finally getting into some storms. Nothing too wild, but you're getting a little bit of rain in Brandon. You were expecting probably a little more action than that, but we'll see what happens the rest of today. Fortnite Gamer says, big storms for Ottawa. I just called my cousins to let them know. Call them back and say, you're just getting rain and maybe some lightning. Already 54,000 foot storm tops on the Estevan storm. This has already just exploded to 50,000 feet in the air. Are you kidding me? Whoa. Yeah, 11.6 kilometers in the air. Look at the velocities already on this. The inflow, 95 kilometer an hour inflow, right near Hitchcock. This thing's gonna be wild. Gonna be wild here, folks. Let's see here. I better get some food at some point. All right. Yeah, it looks like Reed's heading over to this storm right now. Oh. Let's look at it from KMBX here. Doesn't look as good from KMBX. More so look at it from Fox Warren radar. Percentages are already jumping here, though. 5% tornado risk already on this cell. It hasn't even started. It's just getting going. It's already got a 5% tornado risk on it. Let's look at it from the Bethune radar. Yeah. This thing is going to cook. Oh, boy. Here we go. And how's our beast of a storm doing? Still moving east. It's still cooking east here. I'm multitasking here. If you might be multitasking too. I'm multitasking right now. I can see Reed Timmer's stream on my right. So if you can find him on YouTube. I want to pull that up. Corey says, I'm in Estevan. Within minutes, it just exploded. That makes perfect sense. So that says, how did Reed know it was even going to be there? He probably was watching Echo Tops. That's how you can see storms before they even pop. Because they're way, way, way up high. You can see the Echo Tops. And then all of a sudden, boom, the storm just pops. But I think he was anticipating it popping there. Reed knows what's up. He knows where to go. Amazing Person says, I think it's looking better from the farther radars since that precipitation aloft hasn't even started falling yet. Yeah. It's still getting sucked up in the air. He was watching satellite. Yeah, exactly. What an echo top is. It just means the top of the storms. So either echo tops or, yeah. My mom said, are you going to be eating storm chips on the live stream at any point in time today? I still have half a bag of popcorn that I was eating on the other stream. I don't know if I was really eating it more than shoveling it into my face. I might crack that at some point in time, but I think I might be getting dinner delivered. We'll see. We're going to find out. I'll let you know. We got breaking news. Breaking news, dinner delivery. Yeah, this thing is going to be interesting. Looks like, I don't know if for sure this is where he is, but it looks like Reed might be on 39 here, heading towards the storm. Or he might be on 47. Yeah, he might be coming down 47 right now, right in front of it. Mm-hmm. I would show you Reed's stream on our stream, but we don't have permission for that. So when you don't have permission, you don't do it. You know what I'm saying? But you can just go check out a stream and check out ours at the same time. You can run multiple streams, especially if you have like a TV or something. Probably drop our CASFW polygon. I thought we already dropped it. Yeah, we don't have anything. We got no polygons out there. Refresh your map. Studs. I don't see any polygons over there. Oh, sorry. I meant the... For some reason, I thought you meant Franktown. Oh, this polygon. Yeah. This one can go. Good call, Suds. My bad. I'm like yelling at him. Refresh your thing. He's like, Adam. Suds knows better than I do. I saw FW, and for some reason I thought my brain went to FT, which is Franktown. But it's actually Fox Warren. My bad. Yeah, I'll get rid of that one right now. I think that's the only one. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. All right, that's gone. Thank you, Suds. Did I pronounce something wrong? Probably. What else is new? That's all I do. It's my thing. It's my thing to pronounce stuff wrong. Wow, this has already jumped to what? 7% tornado risk now on the Estevan storm. This thing is gonna cook. Oh boy. This is what all these storm spotters have been waiting for all day. Some of them went really far. Some of them are still following this storm, I betcha. But a lot of them abandoned it and went west. We'll see if it makes it to Prairie, or Portage la Prairie. It is definitely weakening. So the models might be right. This thing might die out. It might not even hit Winnipeg. We'll see. We'll see, folks. We're going to see. Hold on. I know what to do. Click this thing and say, load the closest radar. Oh, it says KMBX is the closest radar. Okay. I don't know why velocity's giving me a hard time there. Got to work on that. These are all pretty much equal to the storm right now. They're all equally far away from the storm. Starting to see a little bit of broad rotation from the Bethune radar, north of Regina. Or sorry, west of Regina. And you're starting, where's this outflow boundary going? See this boundary right here setting up? What does it think it's doing? Interesting boundary. You can see that on raw radar. Only on raw radar. Is anything happening in Alberta yet? This is what they get for a severe thunderstorm watch. Maybe it'll get more interesting over time. This little storm east of Innisfail has got a actually tiny bit of rotation on it. On 2 tilts. Maybe we should keep an eye on that. They look pretty weak, but that's got just a tiny little bit of rotation on it. It's almost time for me to do standing desk, and by that I mean it was time an hour ago. I should go 2 hours down and 1 hour up. Should I go standing desk? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Is it time? Is it standing desk time? I mean, it's still heading towards Portage la Prairie. It's still 86% severe risk, 77% severe hail, 6% tornado, 41% severe wind. And it's still trying to go east. But it's kind of moving to the northeast. I think it's going to head more towards Catrim, Westburn, McDonald, Delta areas. I can't pronounce anything. Standing time, says Teresa. Yep. I think it's about time. Carlisle needs to take cover. Yeah, I mean, I think so. You need to start preparing at least. I would think preparing would be a good idea. Velocity's giving me a hard time here. Take a look at KGGW. Sounds like a radio station. Whoa. Still at a 5% tornado risk on that cell, but it is popping. See what it looks like from Bethune. I think I got a good look at it there. Yeah. Here we go. Starting to rotate a bit more. Excuse me. Let's go take a look at our Sydney storm. Is it going to make it to Portage? I think it might skip north of town. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe so. I don't know. Portage might get missed. We're going to have to wait and see. Tilt 6 looks wild. You can see how small it is, like close to the surface, and then as you go up in the tilts, you can see how big the storm gets. Whoa. That's wild. Actually see the structure of it that way. It's cool. Well, might almost be time for some food. right, let's see what's going on from KMBX. Good. Oh, is this thing gonna? I think this thing is gonna weaken. Uh oh. Well, I don't like the look of that though. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. That's starting to tighten it up a little bit right there. It's down to a 5% tornado risk on it, but it's an interesting place for it to tighten up a little bit of rotation here. Just near Austin, Manitoba. Interesting. I bet you that looks interesting in person. Didn't I say I was going to the standing desk? Figure out what button to press on this machine here. There we go. All right, up we go. Time to stand up. Hi. Oh, been sitting too long. Oh, that's better. I don't know what this weird shadow is on me. Maybe it's from like the green screen or something. It's like putting green on me and then it's cutting it out. Oh well, strange neck shadow. It's what we get. We'll deal with it. But yeah, this is interesting right here. Let's see what Tilt 2 is doing. Tilt 2's got it as well too. Tilt 2 and Tilt 1 have rotation right there near Austin. And Tilt 3. Kind of want to go minor on that, but it could be outflow as it's dying. I don't know. That's hard to say. Hard to say. But what can you do? Let's see here. Might be getting close to time to kind of crank things on in Saskatchewan. Wait till these really get going, I think, probably. I think our food might be here. I think I'm going to go grab the food. I'll be right back. No. Alana just said the exact same thing. Maybe we should go live on Saskatchewan Facebook soon. Yeah, I think so, but soon. We'll let this thing pop a little bit further. All right, I'm going to grab my food. I'll be right back. Until then, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to show you which way these are going by unclicking a radar, by refreshing this page, and then we can hit play on our beautiful smoothed mosaic. Ah, that's nice. So nice, isn't it? Look at that. Isn't that great? Okay, I'll hit play on that. See, there's our stationary front. It's back. Okay. So let me hit play. You can see which way this is going. Cool. Oh, that's two times speed. I'll bring it back to 1. Okay, I will be right back. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Ottawa's fine. Yeah, I think Ottawa's fine. It's just there's only a flooding risk that way. All right, I'll be right back.
Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing now. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one. Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight.
Did you just hard cut the music again? Brennan will never be a DJ. You gotta fade it out, man. There's a slider. There's a volume slider.
Quit my current job?
And become a DJ? No.
Well, you should be thankful that I don't have any other skills. So I'm stuck here.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness Brennan has no other life skills. Like being a DJ. DJ Bren. All right. Let's look at some radar. By the way, I have dinner. It's a wrap from a place called Freshie. I don't know if you've ever eaten a Freshie before. I don't know how widespread they are.
They're all over the place, so most people probably heard of them.
Love Freshie. It's still going. The storm that would never stop. It's trying to go more northeast now, though. I don't know if it's going to hit Portage, but it's going to come close. The ones in behind that are near Brandon right now will probably hit Portage La Prairie. This is starting to kick it up a notch, as expected. These Estevan storms are going to get wild. This is probably turning into the show. I hope you can't hear my chewing. That would be bad. 9% tornado risk on the cell now. Starting to get going. The one to the north looks interesting too. Near Forget and Stoughton area. Quite the hail core on it. I think these are going to really start ripping. Yeah, these are going to get interesting fast. It's so good though if you get the chicken one and then you put like hard boiled eggs on it and then the leafy greens. It's delicious. In the balsamic vinegar. Amazing person said supercells up to a 20. 20? Oh boy. Supercell's strong over here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, it's getting close. Getting close to when we once we see some big time warnings from these storms, then we'll light it up in Saskatchewan. Someone asked about Stoughton. Yeah, I mean, this storm's right on your doorstep. But it might be missing you to the east, we'll see. They're trying to move to the northeast, but they're stretching to the west. See what these storms want to do here. Message Travis. I said, here we go.
Yeah, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm north of Estevan now.
Yeah, perfect. Let's do that. Stoughton. Bev says it's Stoughton, not Stoughton. Thank you, Bev. Or should wait, she's Stoughton. That ST-OW. Is that ow? Stoughton. That makes sense. Let me know if I got that right. Stoughton? Stout on. Oh boy. 19% tornado risk on that cell. On the Forget Stoughton cell. Severe thunderstorm warning. Looney to ping pong ball size hail. 90 to 110 kilometer an hour wind gusts. 15 to 50 millimeters of rainfall possible. This tail end Charlie here, the south storm, I have a feeling is going to be interesting. Looks like Brennan has added Saskatchewan Stormwatch on Facebook to the live stream. Welcome everyone in Saskatchewan. Almost done my dinner. I ate it like an emaciated seagull. Glock says, Reed says it's okay to use his stream. His mod said so. I don't know. We don't have permission for that, so we'd need very specific permission to be able to do that. It's all good. You can watch both if you want. Watching these storms in deep southeastern Saskatchewan right now. And we want to go back and check out that storm in Manitoba. It's getting a lot weaker. Models were correct. Although there is one west of it, just east of Brandon, that's starting to kind of blow up a bit. Starting to increase in strength. But yeah, it looks like Portage is going to get missed. At least by this cell. But the one by Brandon, we'll see what it does. But Portage got out of that one. That was looking pretty nasty on its way there. Percentages continue to increase here. Total severe risk on this cell is 80%, 18% tornado, 13% severe wind, and 66% severe hail. This is on the storm that is just north of Estevan. Two storms just north of Estevan. Which way are they going here? Slowly but surely cranking to the northeast. I don't know what this place is, but it's called Pheasant Rump. Has anybody been to Pheasant Rump before? Let us know. Pheasant Rump. We wait. We watch. What's a reserve? Pheasant Rump. Indigenous Reserve? First Nation? Pheasant Rump. All right. I could see them at some point. Probably warning the southern storm, unless the southern storm gets eaten by the northern storm. It's kind of cycling a few times. Kennedy says, we live near Kisby and Pheasant Rump. It's a beautiful little reserve near Arcola. Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know if I've seen the rump of a pheasant before. Interesting little boundaries over here, south of Regina. I wonder if this boundary is going to pop anything as it moves east. We'll see. Well, latest frame on that one, the hail core kind of dropped off. Brennan just sent me a photo of the rump of a pheasant. Thank you, Brennan. Appreciate that. Now I have seen this.
And before anyone asks, I'm not putting it up on the stream. That will get it pulled down.
I don't think the butt of a bird is going to take us down, but hey.
How to demonetize in 5 seconds.
And it's over. All right, let's see here. Interesting little signature on this Mayfeld, Manitoba storm. Pine Creek Station area. That's something interesting. Got to keep an eye on that. Joseph says, Northern Storm is becoming the dominant one. I think so, yeah. That's what it feels like, at least. Although it just weakened a little bit. Not much, but a bit. How's Portage going to do? Is Portage going to be all right? Let's see. Portage How lucky did you get? This thing was moving due east with monster hail, and then it was like, nope, and it just started drifting to the northeast, and it's getting weaker and weaker as it tracks to the northeast. So, Quarters of Prairie, getting a little lucky there. These storms popping up off this stationary front. Now it's getting too cold in here. I thought I already turned this thing down. It's probably because I ate food. All the blood goes in my stomach and then I get cold. That thing's dropping 3.79 centimeter hail as per the data. As per the data. Amazing Person 349 says, I'm still looking at the southern one since it has the higher storm tops right now. True. Brandon says, listening to you in my car, opened the door just as you started doing, and a guy threw me a dirty look. Thanks a lot, Adam. Are you sure? Maybe he was like, wow, that's very good. Doobie doobie doo. Doobie doo. Doo doo doo. Da 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 da. Anything hitting Weyburn? Not right now. It's all east of Weyburn at the moment. Check out the cell near Camsack to the north. The Yorkton stuff? Where's Camsack? This one? No. I forget where Camsack is. Let me find out.
Camsack is northeast of Yorkton.
Ah. Camsack. There we go. All right, let me just click at a button and then we go there. Yep. Yeah, it's a decent big storm. Yeah. This green is, I don't think it's anything. But that's it's quite a storm. It's definitely large. Becoming one big cluster up there. Good. Yeah, the southern cell is still cooking though. It's got 67% total severe risk, 6.7. Might be something there. See what it looks like from, it's starting to look a lot more interesting from KMBX, the US radar here. 67% severe hail risk on that one. This one's 69 and with total severe of 81. Interesting signature here. And what's going on the north end of that? Whoops. So these might be the storms, and probably will be this is the birth of what will be probably some pretty severe storms as they keep continuing to develop. I would think so. Gonna get interesting. Yorkton, Carlisle should be on high alert with those storms coming in right now. Yorkton's got a storm, but it doesn't look very interesting. There's some lightning, some thunder in there, some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds, but nothing too exciting from what I can tell on radar. The storm east of Brandon is starting to cook a little bit. It's got 29% severe hail risk, 47% total severe risk on that one. Still severe thunderstorm warnings in Manitoba, but it looks like the exciting stuff is getting underway right now. This should be, not that big storm earlier wasn't pretty exciting, but this should be the show. Let's go take a look over and see what's happening in Alberta. That storm we were watching earlier looks like it has weakened quite a bit. They were all pretty weak to begin with. Yeah, they're looking pretty messy over here in Alberta. Not very exciting. What about what's happening in Saskatchewan? Anything interesting? No. Just some rain. Probably appreciate it, though. If you like rain, you're definitely in it. Let's see here. Let's go take a look at Eastern Ontario. See if anything has gotten exciting over here again. Probably not. I think what we saw earlier was probably the most exciting thing we're going to see as far as strong winds and a little bit of rotation. I think that's probably it for Eastern Ontario, other than a flooding risk. So the flooding risk definitely continues. As I hit play, you can see this whole system just rotating around. And there's more moisture coming in from the north. So I would say that, flooding risk is probably all that's left for Eastern Ontario with this one. And, there could be some small hail producers in Quebec here, but I don't think there's anything too exciting at the moment. We'll keep checking in on it. Anything in New Brunswick while we're out east? No. A few little storms, nothing exciting. All right, let's head back to what is to be a possible very interesting evening with us, and a whole bunch of storm chasers came up from the U.S. Some pretty famous ones, actually. Reed Timmer, for example, or Brandon Kopik. A whole bunch of big names from the U.S. came up to storm chase in Saskatchewan this evening. What the heck just happened there? That was weird. Did they drop the north to issue one on the south? Or are they going to... What happened there? Oh, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. It looks like they dropped the one on the north storm. Is that right, Brennan? Or is that's got to be a bug? There's no way they dropped this.
Check.
There's no way they dropped the warning on this. Yeah, don't try to check on Environment Canada's website. You can't see anything. It's just all orange. It's so stupid. I don't know why they did that.
From what I can tell, the only active warnings in Saskatchewan right now are that one.
Is this one? So they you know what? I can check on the raw data. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, because that's what I can see from Environment Canada's website.
Oh yeah, they did end that one. They ended the Elton Forest one, right? Yeah. Cornwallis, west of Shiloh, including Chatter, and the municipality of North Cypress Langford. Oh wait, sorry, that was from Manitoba. My bad. Let me go find it. Okay, so they added that one, yes. But did they end the other one? It looks like they did end the other one, yeah. Stoughton, Forget, and Eward. Yeah, they ended that at the exact same time. Why would they end this one? They ended this? I don't know. That's interesting. It's still got 65% total severe risk on it, and they ended the warning on it. Okay. And the south side of it is starting to get rotation right here. That's a shock. A bit of shock there. Yeah, it's starting to wrap up right there. Let's see what tilt 2 looks like. Tilt 3, tilt 4. All right, well, we got to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, I was like, what? How did the one from the north just, it's almost like they took the polygon from the north and just moved it south. It's like exactly the same size. Brenda, we can. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on it to see what it does. I mean, it's not like anything is specifically standing out as severe with it. My only concern is this little area of rotation. So we'll see what happens. Is Regina getting anything tonight? I don't think so. Maybe, but probably not. The sun is shining in Regina, says Wanda. You're getting sunshine for now. Yeah, Regina's west of the tornado watch. I don't think anything is expected for your area. I mean, you might see a little pop-up storm, but I don't think anything wild is expected for your region. Okay, this is getting a little more interesting up here. Stuff east of Yorkton. I mean, it's noisy, so it's really hard to tell. Why does it do that? I see. So tilt 2, tilt 3, 4. It's hard to tell if this looks like a lot of noise. That's interesting, but maybe not. Nothing on tilt 2. No upper level rotation support there, so nothing was too exciting from what I could tell. Portage getting out of the way of that storm. Someone talked about the Portage storm bubble earlier. I think they might be onto something. And by that, I mean, that's not always the case. It's all circumstantial, really. It all depends on the position of the low. It depends on where the storms pop. There's a whole lot of factors there. What am I looking at when I switch from one view to the other? I'm looking at rain and I'm looking at wind. Rain, wind, rain, wind. So I'm comparing the shape of the storm with the precipitation. Like, does it have a bit of a hook, which this kind of does? And then I swipe over and I can see, okay, are we looking at any rotation in here? And so I'm comparing pixel by pixel, two different products here. So one is called reflectivity, which is precipitation, and one is called velocity, which is wind. Tracy says it's the Winnipeg Storm Dome, LOL. Supposedly there's one in Portage La Prairie too. Supposedly. Excuse me. All right, we've been live streaming for 3 hours and 46 minutes. We've had several tornado warnings. We've had a giant tornado watch. We've had even red level severe thunderstorm warnings, which is what happens up here. Now that Environment Canada has gone color-coded alerts, similar to what they do in the EU. Do 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 do. What is everybody eating for dinner? Let me know. I need to know. It's important research. If you'd like to let me know in the comments what you're eating for dinner, that'd be great. I had a wrap, chicken and egg, and it was delicious. Oxygen. Brenda had oxygen for dinner. That's great. Mark eating pizza. Sherry with some pulled pork. Tracy says, I roasted a chicken, mashed potatoes, and green beans. That's nice. Buffalo burgers. All right. I'll take it. Energy drink. I don't know if that's healthy. Pulled pork. Nice. Water. All right. Well, you could probably do better than that. Lasagna, baby. Let's go. Woo! Lasagna is so good. Taco salad. All right. Slow cooker roast beef. Nice. Tammy says beer. Okay. Kennedy to Langbank all the way to south to White Bear has lost power. Huh. Really? Really? Okay, this is starting to get a little bit of rotation right here. We're seeing a little bit of minor rotation. Last couple frames. Let's see what tilt 2 looks like. It's kind of messy. What does storm relative velocity look like? Basically the same. That storm to the north is weakening. Have these storms even moved? What's happening here? Not very far. This one's barely even moved at all.
Models had these storms moving pretty slowly over the evening, so
That is slow.
yeah, so isolated flooding is going to be a major risk.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I mean, that's a storm chaser dream, though. Storms that just don't move. They just get rooted and just stay in one spot. That's the dream. You don't even have to chase it. You just sit there and watch it. Interesting. Macaroni and cheese. Cool. What's the trajectory of the storms? They kind of go into the northeast. East-northeast. Heavy rain in Guelph. Yeah, let's go take a look at that. I remember there was some storms popping up in southwestern Ontario. Nothing too exciting, though. Just a couple of little palsy pop-ups. Yeah, I'm going to go through Guelph. You're going to get some rain. No big deal. Unless you want rain, then it's nice. We had some rain today in Barrie. Let's see here. Okay, take another peek at Eastern Ontario. I don't think anything exciting is happening over there other than a flood risk. Yeah. Storms look all pretty boring, which is good news if you're not interested in having strong storms. Oh, they reissued the severe thunderstorm warning to the storm to the north. I don't know if that's from... Actually, let's see. Let's see what they say. 15 kilometers south of Benson, extending to 15 kilometers northwest of Hazelwood. Moving northeast at 35 kilometers an hour. Pretty slow. Pretty slow. Excuse me. Yeah, they're sitting still. See what it looks like from US radar. What kind of intervals are we getting on US radar now? 4 minute? It's about 4 minute intervals here. I don't know what scan strategy it's at right now, but it would be nice if they went to the 2 minute scan strategy. That would be good. Mm-hmm. Okay. That hail core is getting a little more interesting from the KMBX radar. Kind of a, I don't know if that's a new cell. It looks like there's a split here, a left split heading up towards Kipling. Let's take a look at that storm east of Brandon because it's got some decent values on it here. 57% total severe risk, 44% severe hail risk on that one. All right, I'm standing up. I'm going to walk in. I got to go for a walk. I'm walking. I'm going to burn off that dinner. Amazing person said the one ingredient that's missing is moisture. The dew points are low and the bases are high. Wonder how that's going to affect things.
We've got a report of quarter-sized hail in Kipling.
Okay. That was that left split, I think, right? Yeah, that's this cell right here. The cell's moving into Kipling and we're getting quarter-sized hail report. Mm-hmm. Do-do-do. Mm-hmm. A little bit of a hail spike on that one. Am I allowed to sit down yet? Probably not. Oh, soon. It's almost been an hour. I've stood up for almost an hour. Okay, I got to go for a walk. Keep moving here. Supposedly spotters are heading to the southern storm, so they're heading to this Lampman one here. Perhaps there's better moisture to the south. I'm not sure. Excuse me. That storm east of Brandon is kind of cooking pretty good. And it's got quite a signature on it here. Oh, that's from the US radar. But still, look at that signature, that upper level, wild upper level signature of 142 kilometers an hour. That's way up high in the storm, but still. Still. Looks pretty boring towards the surface, though. Looked way better from US radar far away. Does that sound like a notification? I don't know if you can hear that. The noise canceling might be killing it, but you probably can't hear that. Reed Timmer has 1.8 million subscribers on YouTube. It's pretty good. It's not bad. He's the GOAT. Starting to get some higher values here and maybe a little bit more hail. 68 dBz on that storm. Starting to cook a bit. Not seeing much rotation, though, from U.S. radar. One to the north is a little more interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Lampman storm's probably the one. Let's go take a stroll around here. We're going to take a peek at Alberta, and then we'll go take a peek at Ontario. And I don't think there's much going on in those areas. We'll head back to Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Nope. Nothing too exciting in Alberta. Just some rain, maybe some lightning. Yeah, it looks like the CASPG, the Prince George radar, is down. Unscheduled outage due to technical issues. Currently awaiting availability of radar parts. So it's going to be out until June 8th or June 9th. That one. I don't know what song I'm singing, but it's something. Okay, what's going on here? Nothing. Okay. All right, let's take a quick look to Ontario to see that nothing's going on other than some isolated flooding risk. As expected, looks like could be some pretty heavy rain heading towards Cornwall here. And that storm east of Brandon is still looking pretty grumpy. 80% severe hail risk on that one, heading into northern Cypress Langford, like they haven't just seen giant hail a while ago. That's all they need to see is more hail. Riding that same track. Yeah, the southern storm seems to be the one cooking here. The one just northeast of Estevan. Riding the there's a three body scatter spike there. Look at that. That's got a hail spike, as they call it, right there. Quite clearly hail spike coming straight from that radar station right here. Boom. And this thing's just hugging the boundary here. Hugging the stationary front. Okay. Getting a little more interesting. Now you can see a hail spike from that radar because that's the direction that radar is coming. So they're all doing hail spikes here. What do we got for percentages? 9% tornado risk now in that cell. 76% severe hail risk. Dottie says attended something today. Lots of food. You're stuffed and don't need it to dinner. Thank you, Dottie. Will there be a live concert on this stream later? Yeah, maybe. I had an interesting idea this afternoon. I thought, you know what? We typically I don't get to play I know like 100 million cover songs, but I don't get to play any of them because every time we play one, then we get this like, all of a sudden it's just like, they're like, okay, you played someone else's song. So, all the revenue from the live stream is now theirs or something like that. From just like one song. We could be live stream for 8 hours. I play one Beatles song and Paul McCartney is raking it in. And he obviously needs it. But I had an idea. I thought, you know what? What if at the end of the live stream, I say to everybody, okay, the live stream's over. I play like one original or something because why not? And then I say, if anybody wants to hear any more music, come on over to like I have a YouTube channel, Adam Skinner. And so come over to Adam Skinner YouTube channel and I'll play cover songs all night or something, You can do it like an after party. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I could do a little after party. It would be fun. After party over on Adam's channel. Why not? And then you can make requests and I can try to not butcher a bunch of cover songs. It'd be fun. Let me know in the comments what you think. Deal, says Ryan. All right. Yeah, if you want that, maybe we'll try it out. We'll give it a shot. After party on Adam's channel. Yeah, still quite a hail core heading into North Cypress, Langford again. Like they want more hail. I'm pretty sure they don't, but it's heading that way. Oh boy. Oh, the southern storm is now under a orange severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what Environment Canada says on that one. Near Lampman, moving east at 35 kilometers an hour. That hasn't changed at all. 90 to 110 kilometer an hour wind gusts. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Wow. And 15 to 50 millimeters. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Woo! By the way, I have a trick. Okay, so I know I was talking about this like CO2 meter that I have in my room and how it's always like way too high when I'm live streaming. Today, I turned on the fan to blow air outside. I turned it on like 2 hours before I live stream, and then I came down here and it's been at 500 all day. Oh, interesting. What is this? Possible funnel. I don't know. What I do see is a rain shadow. There's this video we're watching right now. Someone said possible funnel. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's rotating. Oh, there's a rain shaft behind it. That's not what they're talking about, Alana. They're talking about what looks like a funnel in front. I don't know. I don't think it's rotating. I mean, the video lasts for like a millisecond, so it's hard to tell. But it doesn't look like it's rotating. Anyways, yeah, golf ball to tennis ball size hail on this warning for the Lampman area. If you're in Lampman, you're going to see some pretty big hail. Orange severe thunderstorm warning. Don't see those all the time. I agree, though, man. I'm with you on the meh. Well, folks, we continue to watch. Oh, we got an orange severe thunderstorm warning on this North Cyprus Langford. I kept saying Lanford, but sorry, Langford. Must be thinking of the Connors or Roseanne. Lanford, Illinois. I think they're from. But thanks for joining us on the live stream, everybody. Appreciate it. The Langman storm looks like classic flying V shaping up. I don't know. It's not that. I mean, there's a little bit of a V here. It's not the super classic flying V. There's not really any rotation. Mainly just a hail risk on that one. We'll see. The main risk is definitely over here, but so far it's been a little bit of a snooze fest. We're just waiting and seeing what happens with these storms. There's definitely some strong inflow happening on that Lampman storm. 130, 128, 118 kilometer an hour. Winds getting sucked into the inflow of that storm. See where we're at now. 14% tornado risk on it. 89% severe hail risk on that storm. Wow. Let's see what it looks like from the U.S. radar. Okay. Something's happening. We're getting a little something. Oh, we just got an update in percentages. 86% severe hail, 18% tornado risk on that one. Tilt 2 looks pretty good. Tilt 3 looks really good. The upper level support on this storm is insane. Look at this. Whoa. Those are strong winds getting sucked into this thing. Yep. This Lampman storm. It's starting to wrap up, starting to look a little tighter here. Again, I'm watching Reed stream over here, and it's starting to wrap up pretty good. We'll see what it does, but it's getting going. Aaron says, great show, brother. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Aaron. I'm driving towards Pheasant Rump, and there's scary lightning. Be safe out there. Thanks again, Aaron. Appreciate it. Outflow fan is genius, but where's your fresh air coming from? Somewhere in the rest of the house. It's getting sucked in from the rest of the house into this room. I mean, it must be because that CO2 goes down. Well, we sit and we wait. Just got an update from Fox Warren there. And Bethune as well. We got the... We should actually get another Bethune frame pretty soon. Yeah, this is starting to wrap up here. Starting to get a little bit of a hook. You have a backup power source if you lose power due to storm/tornadoes? I do, says Teresa. Yeah, I've got a... What company is it? I get. It's an UPS, so it's an uninterruptible power supply. Is it APC? I think it might be APC. Oh no, it's Cyber Power. I don't know. I think it's Cyber Power, but it's like a 1400 watt one. It's pretty good. So that'll keep me going. And if we're ever like down without power for a long time, then I have a generator and I'll light that thing up and run a cable into this room. The Real X ZY says, new look on the app is 10 out of 10. Good job, guys. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Chris says it's probably APC. Actually, it's not. I do have an APC over there, but that's the old one. And this one is a Cyber Power. The reason I got it is because it cleans the power noise, so it's a perfect wave. It doesn't just let the wave be all wild, because sometimes that can be a mess. So it actually cleans up the wave. That's why I got it. Yeah, it's a 1400 watt Cyber Power. I'm pretty sure. APC 1500 900 watt sine wave. Oh, that's what you have? Yeah, this one is a bit different. I don't think this is APC. I'm going to find it. I need to know. I'm such a geek. I need to go find out what it is. I'll be right back. Okay, I got it. It's a Cyber Power 1500 VA is what it is. Specs matter, says Roller 300. Mako says, is anything going to come around Regina? I don't think so. Maybe, but probably not. Actually, there's a little bit of precipitation over there right now, but nothing too exciting.
Just to let you know, there's a new orange severe thunderstorm warning in Manitoba that was just issued.
Oh, they're just extending this further east? Yeah.
Well, it was dropped to a yellow earlier, just.
Okay. Yeah, that storm's still got quite the hail core on it. It's mainly just a hail risk on this North Cypress Langford. It has not, it's barely moved in so long. This thing is moving so slow. These are 6-minute intervals. So that's 641 CDT. And that's 705. I mean, it's pretty slow. What did it say? 35 kilometers an hour east, I think they said they're moving. They're just going pretty slow. It's a bit of a slow burn here, folks. We're just waiting to see what happens. But these storms they've popped, and now we wait and see. We're playing the waiting game. Now, there's also tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is going to have quite a strong risk. We could actually take a look at Environment Canada's risk for tomorrow here. Let me just pull that up. So this is Environment Canada's Day 2 risk, which looks a lot like what we're seeing today. It looks pretty close, actually, to what we're seeing today. So that's the tomorrow, which looks like it may actually be a stronger risk than today. But it was supposed to be a 2-day event, which it's obviously happening because we've got pretty strong storms in a few different areas. But this was today's forecast, and we've had tornado warnings and all sorts of stuff over here with these big time hailers. But this was the focus, basically what's happening here. That was Environment Canada's focus for today for their high risk. So they didn't extend the high risk over to Brandon. Actually just went minor, which should have been sub-severe. But this storm and another storm, they were not listening, and they decided to go just straight east and do whatever they wanted. And so you got to watch out for those rogue storms.
While you're talking about tomorrow, I do want to mention that tomorrow's risk is going to be very contingent on how long storms from overnight persist into tomorrow.
Okay.
If they clear up early enough in the morning, then you get that ample heating throughout the day, might be okay. But if they last into the afternoon, things become a bit weaker and questionable.
Okay. I see. So if these storms stay relatively strong overnight into the morning hours, then they could mitigate some of the severe risk for tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But if they clear out and there's a lot of that daytime heating, and you have to get some clearing, you have to get some sunshine to kind of warm things back up and get them primed for the next round of storms. So this storm is just latched. It is latched right on this stationary front. It is not. It is right, just hanging right on that stationary front. Doesn't want to go anywhere. So we'll see what it wants to do. That's what these storm situations are a lot of the time is hurry up and wait. And so we sit around and we wait and we watch radar. We check every scan. Make sure we know what's up. What kind of percentages we got now? 74% severe hail, 15% tornado, 80% total severe risk. And we sit and we wait. 76% hail risk on this one over by North Cyprus, Langford. And it's slowly but surely tracking to the northeast. These storms are slow. Orange severe thunderstorm warning on that one. Orange severe thunderstorm warning on this one, northeast of Estevan. Anybody from Estevan's had a pretty good show just like looking to the northeast. If you're just like, oh, there's that storm over by Lampman, and just looking to the northeast. If you're in Lampman, we worry about flooding for you because this thing has just been on top of you for so long. I mean, yeah, like over an hour, this thing's been on top of Lampman. Non-stop precipitation, heavy precipitation for that area. So
spotters are saying it's actually very low precipitation, so that might just be all within the cloud itself.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what Amazing Person 3409 was saying as well, too. That's just like, there's not a lot of, moisture. Teresa says, APC for the win. I've had no reliability issues with that brand. Heard fires happening on CyberPower units. Oh, that's not great. Yeah, I mean, mine's been perfectly fine. I don't know. I read a whole bunch of reviews of both, and I ended up going, the APC, I think it was to get that wattage was pretty tricky. You'd have to go up to a much higher level kind of thing to get that kind of 1500 VA wattage. I think it was, so it's 1500, but I think it ends up being, it's about 900 watts, I think. Nikki says, I saw a comment about Sioux Valley having one earlier with lots of damage, but we'll have to wait for the actual confirmation. You heard about wind damage or tornado damage in Sioux Valley? Nikki, let us know. Aaron says these storms have a mind of their own. Sure do. They're doing whatever they want. They're not on anybody's schedule. Interesting little signature here west of Lampman. Right by Menard. A little bit of rotation there. Starting to build a bit. Water time. Everybody drink some water. It's good for you. Unless you're allergic to water. I don't think that's a thing. That's impressive. That's impressive how the green screen works through the water bottle. That's amazing. Pretty good green screen when it can. Dang. I'm using this water bottle on every stream from now on. That's it, I'm sitting. All right, we're going down. I need to sit. This standing desk is impressive because it's holding on to a triple. I got a triple arm mount. So there's a 24-inch screen, a 24-inch screen, and a 27-inch screen right here. The whole thing, the triple arms is heavy enough, right? Then you have a mount with a camera on top. Then you have that light mounted to this desk. Then I have a laptop on this desk. I've got like a heavy mouse pad. I've got a heavy keyboard. I've got my audio interface. Got a whole bunch of junk and chewy bars. I've got a Steam Deck that I've never used for anything. I need to figure that out. I press the button, it goes, bzzz, no problem. That's holding a lot of weight. And that's it. That's all I have to say about my standing desk. Let me know if you have any more questions about my standing desk. All right, we continue to wait. We watch and we wait for these storms to do something. Besides chuck giant hail, which this North Cypress Langford storm is probably doing near Wellwood. It's got 76% chance of severe hail on there. Looks like Daniel Shaw is saying the storm is actually, this Lampman storm is actually starting to rotate a bit. He's got a live stream. How many live streams are there? I bet there's like 10 live streams going right now. I'm going to try to put more of them on. What the crap? All right, we got multiple live streams I'm watching in the background. Again, I don't have permission to share them on the stream, so. But you can do the same thing I'm doing. I just got them I've opened up a whole bunch. If you have a computer, you can open up a whole bunch of Chrome tabs. How do I split these? What did I do? I see. Separate views. There we go. Okay. I see. I want to put that at the bottom. And then I want to put that there. Okay. There we go. I think I got it. There we go. Okay. Keeping an eye on these spotters right now. Want to know what they know. Both on the same storm, really. And that storm, excuse me. That storm is this one right here, northeast of Estevan, Saskatchewan, near Lampman. Has storm spotters from all over the world on it right now. They think it's go time here. And, I mean, we got the right environment. Maybe a little bit of a lack of moisture, but very low precipitation. Supercells developing. LPs, as they call them. Quite an outflow boundary on this cell here. You can really see it in velocity, and then when I pull it over, you can really see it in reflectivity. Mm-hmm. Looks like Reed's getting hit by some hail. Excuse me. Sorry for all the yawning. I don't know why velocity's taking a little bit extra time. I'm going to investigate that. There it is. Now that's starting to get the flying V. Really see the two sections here. Kind of getting that V shape to it. 18% severe wind, 11% tornado risk on that cell. Not to mention 76% severe hail risk. Oh, let's go take a stroll around for a sec. I want to go take a look at Ontario, see what's going on with these storms down in Oakville. A little bit of heavy rain in Oakville, a little bit of heavy rain northwest of Burlington here. This is all of a sudden interesting. Oh, just got an update. Just some little storms. I don't know if anything's going to happen in deep southwestern Ontario. I know Environment Canada had this whole area in a yellow risk, but Estevan. Do I always say Estevan? I must say Estevan, but it's Estevan, like a van, like I live in a van down by the river. Estevan. Let's look at Eastern Ontario. Looks like Environment Canada has dropped most of the severe thunderstorm watch. At least a good chunk of it. They're keeping it for far, far Eastern Ontario, but I have a feeling they may drop that at some point in time. It makes sense because it's just a mess out there. Oh, excuse me. All right, I can't blame the yawning this time on the CO2 levels in this room because it's at 534 and says it's perfectly fine. So this yawning is natural. Thought I could blame it on the CO2. Nope. Nope. Some rain in Algonquin Park. All right, let's go look at the latest radar frame. We got two chunky storms here. This one northeast of Brandon is still cooking pretty good with some big time hail. $63.5 dBz over Oakville? What? From what radar? From Buffalo? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. There's a little bit of hail there. Hello. I didn't even see that. I was just looking at velocity. Oh, and over Oakville as well, too. Okay. Might be worth a little notification for our friends and family here. Why doesn't my polygon want to do anything? All right, let's try that again. There. There we go. Probably pretty good. in Oakville. And where was the other one? And northwest of Hamilton. Carefully monitoring 2 storms, one located in Oakville and one northwest of Hamilton, traveling southeast at 44 kilometers an hour. Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Storms potentially producing pea-sized hail, 73 kilometer an hour wind gusts. Looks good to me. Sending it now to 7,159 people who use our services. There we go. 7,000 for push, 7,100 for push, 52 that use our text message alerts, which you can subscribe to at textmessagealerts.com. Good. All right. Give a heads up to our friends there. And let's jump back to life, back to reality. Ding, ding, ding. Everybody's live streams look pretty calm. Pretty high bases on those storms, it look like. Not too high, but pretty high. By that, I mean they're further up off the ground. We wait. Dang, Kyle got a new car today? Nice. I'm watching that too, Alana. It's funny to see the different looks between Daniel Shaw and Reed Timmer's streams. Like they're on different sides of the storm, so you get totally different lighting. One looks like it's like nighttime. The other one looks like it's the middle of the day. Still seeing an orange severe thunderstorm warning on the storm northeast of North Cypress Langford. Oh, cool. He got is that a Kia? Nice. Brandon got some hail on his stream. Thanks, Caleb. Appreciate it. What made Reed come to Canada? The setup. He was quite confident in how strong the setup was going to be. And it's looking still pretty strong. I mean, it might be taking its sweet time to get going here, but it's got the right ingredients. Maybe a little bit of a lack of moisture, but it could definitely get things done here. We'll see. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Appreciate it. Will Red Deer get this storm? Red Deer is probably going to maybe get... Yeah, it looks like you're about to get some rain. But the storms over here are pretty boring. I know there is a severe thunderstorm watch in Alberta, but so far the storms have been total snooze fest. Just some heavy rain, maybe a little bit of lightning. So yeah, you might see a little bit. Brandon says, I have a radar question. What's the best to look at for immediate readings on severe storms, velocity or relative storm velocity? I would only look at SRV if the storm is moving and at some reasonable speed. Because what SRV does is it subtracts the storm motion so that it's easier to see the rotation. But this storm's not even moving, so SRV doesn't really make much sense. And ultimately, it's not changing much. Like here, this is regular. Here's regular velocity. And here's SRV. Like it's basically this. It's very similar because of the fact the storm's not moving. I do like SRV a lot of the time, but sometimes it can mess with the velocity numbers. So it's good to go back and look at regular velocity. Orange severe thunderstorm warning remains on the Lampman storm. It looks like a yellow severe thunderstorm warning remains on the one to the north near Hazelwood. Dropping some hail near Kennedy. Rainfall warning north of Fort Mac. Severe thunderstorm watch remains for far eastern Ontario and parts of Quebec. But so far, these storms look pretty tame. Maybe some gusty winds in there in Quebec. I don't know. How do you pronounce that one? Hold on a second. I'm not even going to try this one. I'm going to see if I can get the button to do it.
What?
Sant Yasant? Really?
What are you trying to pronounce? Saint Hyacinth?
Yeah. Why did it come through like that? That was so weird. That's so weird. Is there another location down here I'm not seeing that it's seen? I don't know. It's Hyacinth?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. What is it trying to pronounce? That was weird. Well, clearly we be careful relying on that. Whatever it is, it's better than I could do. All right. Stuff near Huntsville looks pretty boring. Pretty boring indeed. All right. So the storm northeast of Brandon is the hail chucker. And these two down here are pretty much hail chuckers. We haven't seen any reports of tornadoes down here. There's no tornado warnings on them at the moment. But the Lampman storm is starting to get a bit of a hook here. And it's got a heck of inflow winds happening. This is a really strong inflow. Oh, we just got an update on it. Got a bit messy on the next frame here. Whoa, tilt 2 looks wild. Tilt 3 is ridiculous. Okay, we'll see if it can do it. See if the Lampman can get it done. This is the storm. This is the one all the spotters are on. Everybody's on this storm, waiting to see what's up. Big convoy of storm spotters here. Reed's passing one of them. See what it looks like from US radar. Oh boy. Some strong winds on that storm near Kennedy and Vandura, Saskatchewan. I used to say Saskatchewan, but I was Told by many in the comments to say Saskatchewan. Like a win. Like you're winning something. Saskatchewan for the win. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Let me know. Sean reported some golf ball hail near Landman. I could see that. Did Reed yell Toonie? That's funny. That's funny. That's great, actually. Whoa, look at the hail core in this Lampman storm now. That's so funny.
The thunderstorm watch in Alberta has been dropped now.
That makes perfect sense. That was a pretty big bust there in Alberta. We weren't expecting much. I was surprised to see it.
Yeah, it was a really big if day out there. Like, there were some ingredients, but it's like, okay, well, if we can put it all together, then something might happen.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right. What the heck happened there? All right. Oh, sent a video to Ontario Storm Reports. Waiting for approval. I can do that right now for you. In the background. Well, folks, thanks for hanging out with us while we sit here and wait and watch this storm and see if it wants to do anything. So far, it wants to chuck big time hail. Just talking to Dave here in the background. Dave says these supercells are starting to look a bit more serious now. Yeah, this one's starting to cook pretty good. It's Lampman's. How long has Lampman had precipitation for? Lampman's got to have some flooding. Oh yeah, but supposedly they're low precipitation, so all the moisture is being held up in the air. Which is interesting. Interesting. Pouring in Hamilton. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Can I see the pics coming through the Instant Weather app? I can. I don't have it loaded right now, but I'm going to load it up. Kennedy Storm's starting to look interesting too. Let's see if I can pull up the reports here. One sec. We could pull up the reports. I think I might set up a. I think I might set up a way that when we pull up the reports, it basically turns everything else off. I think that might be a safe way to do it because we're just experimenting with having the reports on the page, and there's just so much data that it's been a bit problematic. I've crashed things a few times. Let's see. Give it a shot. You ready? Let's pull up some reports. See if I can't break things. Community reports. It's just 1 hour. Okay. We're only going to, the last hour. Maybe I should turn some other stuff off. Turn off alerts, maybe. Probably a good idea. $70 reports. We have 70 reports. What? That's cool. It's cool. We're getting lots of reports. 70 reports down here? 7% tornado risk. Hold on a minute. What? That can't be right. Actually does have an interesting look to it, but I don't think it's anything too wild. Video? Should we view our first video from Megan? Am I taking a huge risk here watching it when not on the stream? Maybe I should load it up on the side here. That's probably a good idea. I'm going to load it up over here. Make sure it's good. Then
Yeah, definitely vet that first.
I'm going to vet Megan's video. Because who knows? It might be a pheasant's rump for all I know. I'm going to load it up over here on the side. All right. Sorry, Megan. Gotta make sure. Just gotta make sure. Okay, I see it now. It was light rain, thunderstorms, wall cloud rotation. Okay. Whoa. Is that messing with everything? Okay. Anyways, view video. Okay. Oh, I better turn it down. I see her video. It looks legit. Okay. Okay. Her video looks good. Actually, let's start. Okay. All right. I'm going to show everybody here. Okay. Here we go. This is the first time we've done view video. You see our moderation tools. We can either give somebody a strike or block them. But Megan's good. So let's view her video. There we go. If I zoom this out a bit, I know what to do. There we go. She's facing to the south. Said there was some rotation. You can see it was 8:40 p.m. It was in Hamilton. This is if you go on our new free app, Instant Weather. If you download it and you click report, then you can actually click and film a video and send it to us, or send us some photos. Videos are really useful, especially if you see rotation. Videos are very useful. Really gives us a good idea. Thank you so much, Megan. That's great. All right, our first little video report went well. Got a photo here. Oh, sideways. But thank you so much to Anonymous who sent that in. Thank you. Got to figure out how to rotate. We need a rotate tool on here for sideways videos, sideways photos. I can't believe in the last hour, there's been 70 reports basically in Hamilton and Burlington, Oakville area. How cool is that? Look at that. 70 reports. Isn't that wild? That's wild. Thank you, everybody, for all your reports. Appreciate it. It'd be nice if we could see more of them when you zoom out instead of having to zoom way, way in. But yeah, lots of reports here. Anonymous thunderstorms, scattered showers. That's great. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody who's reported. Let's go. Let's jump over and see if we got any reports. We don't. We have no reports over here. Come on. Did I crash it? Uh-oh. I might have crashed it. Oh, no, I didn't. It's okay. Kind of. I'm telling you, there's something about the reports. We got to do some tweaking because the reports seem to cause more problems. There's got to be a way. There we go. Okay. I'm going to turn the reports off. I bet you everything gets better. But that's so cool. All right. We're going to make that experience better. Got to be a cool way where we can vet the reports separately. 90% total severe risk on this Lampman storm. 21% chance of a tornado. It's cooking. It is cooking. And this one up here is pretty wild, too. A Kennedy storm's getting pretty wild. I'm going to turn the alerts back on here. Hold on a second. There's a lot of different reports people can send us. I can turn them all on and off. Let's turn on the alerts. There we go. Okay. Yeah, still orange severe thunderstorm warning on this particular storm, the Lampman storm that all the storm spotters are on. I'm going to keep the reports open over here in this tab, and then I can bring them up on the screen if need be. That's wild. There's so many reports there. That's amazing. Wow. Thank you to everybody who's sending in your reports. Really appreciate it. All that goes into a database and allows us to improve the app. So we appreciate you helping us improve the app, and hopefully that makes it better for you. Still a 58% chance of severe hail on this Helston storm. It looks like it might be dying off a bit, though. And we're watching these strengthening supercells down by Lampman, Saskatchewan. It sure looks pretty wild. Sure looking pretty wild. I don't know if that's not necessarily a hook, but it's kind of got a bit of a hook look to it. It's got a hook look. Oh boy. Ah. I'm just going through all the reports. It's pretty impressive. So many of them. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. That was just in the last hour. Oh, I see another video. Another video from St. Catharines. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. From Walter D. Thank you, Walter D. Appreciate it. He's a verified reporter. You get verified by you put in your just your first name if you want, or your whole name, whatever. Put in your name, and then you put in your email address, and we'll send you a code, and you confirm the code, and then we know we can reach out to you. You know, if something is really wild, or you know, if you were able to film something substantial, then we might reach out to you, or we'll pass it along to the Northern Tornadoes Project out of Western University, or the Northern Hail Project potentially, and then they may follow up with you as well too. But it's nice to know that we can, you know, reach out about a report, and so we can learn more about what you experienced, if need be. You know, we're not going to reach out. If you send us a video about rain or something, we're not going to reach out. But yeah, if you send us something substantial, it is possible that the Leslie at the Northern Tornadoes Project might reach out if she needs to gather more information about, you know, if you send us a report about damage or, you know, flooding or a tornado, these types of things, then they may reach out to you. Yeah, no. I had a headache today and thought it's because I drank too much apple juice, says Lizzie the lizard. I don't know if apple juice is appropriate for a lizard, but yeah, too much sugar, that can definitely give you a headache. Especially if you're a lizard. I live on the wild side. That's funny. Bright Light says, I would love to have the option to share a live video stream from my phone and have it alert watchers of the stream. Yeah, it could be interesting to be able to do live. The tricky thing is it would be very difficult to vet. You know, if there was like 100 people going live at the same time, it would be very difficult for us to vet things. Oh, we're hearing a possible funnel cloud near Lampman. Trying to see that report. Oh, a very, very small funnel. Very small shear funnel from, how do you pronounce her name, Alana? Michaela? I think it's Michaela. Misheyla. Shayla. And she posted, if you go on X or Twitter and do hashtag SKStorm, you can see she posted a little shear funnel. Just a little baby funnel. All right. We watch and we wait. It's been quite a waiting game here. I mean, we got the storms, so it's not like we're waiting for the storms. We've got them. They're not moving very fast. They're chucking a lot of hail, and we're just kind of waiting to see if they're going to get cooking and start rotating harder. Yeah, this storm's pretty interesting. It really hasn't gone anywhere. I'm going to switch this to 50 frames. Let me just scroll way up the settings here. There we go. I'm going to switch this to 50 frames. I gotta collapse my settings more. There we go. That's much easier. All right. Radar settings, frames, 50. And I'm gonna crank this thing to the maximum animation speed. Okay. Let's go to 20 times and watch this storm go nowhere. This storm goes nowhere. It just stays right here. Lampman getting nonstop storm action here. I'm going to, hold on, let me figure out how many frames. So if that's 25 from like here. All right. I'm going to bring it down to like 20 frames. Storm's going nowhere. It's just holding on to the stationary front. It's not going anywhere. It's pretty funny. Interesting look to this here near Vandura. All right. Thank you for posting that, Alana. Appreciate it. You know, we gotta fix that where the polygon fill is underneath the radar, right? Because it's like softening your radar in that photo. We need to put the radar up on top. We had that before. I don't know how we flipped that. What percentages we have now? 89% severe hail, 16% tornado. Excuse me. How long have we been live streaming? 5 hours and 6 minutes. And we appreciate all of you hanging out for this live stream. Oh, is that big time Kyle there? Has got golf ball sized hail from Lampman. Wow. Yeah, he measured it too. Golf ball sized hail out of the Lampman storm. So this thing is chucking golf balls now. We knew these were going to be big hailers today, but my goodness, chucking golf balls. Got interesting little velocity signature down here as well. And yeah, it's got a flying V, Brenda. That's right. It's got the flying V. Has there been baseball to softball size hail in Ontario? I've heard in the past there's been some pretty big hail. During 1985, I heard there was some huge hail. I don't know what the largest hailstone in Ontario has ever been. That would be interesting to look up. That must be why my eyes are burning, says the K Dog. Yeah, but you're probably in reasonable lighting. I've got like 4 super bright LEDs. I got my main light, is I guess that's the key light. And I have a fill over there, which is softer. So big bright here, softer here, just to like, if I turn this one off, then my half my face is like super dark. And then I have 2 big bright ones behind me, and they are shining on the green screen. Because you have to, if you want really good green screen, you have to light it separately from yourself. A lot of people try to light themselves and the green screen with the same lights, and then it's just fuzzy around their head, and it just doesn't look right. So you got to do 2 lights on the green screen, 2 lights on you. And that's how you get separated from the background and it looks clean. Follow me for more green screen tips. What did that guy on Twitter say? He said I was insufferable. I'm starting to agree with him. This guy on Twitter said, I don't know, he was just chirping me or something like that, and he said, I can't watch him anymore. He's insufferable. And then I was like, really? I'm insufferable? I like responded to him. And then he did what we call a dirty delete, where he deleted the thing I'm responding to. So now I'm responding to nothing. Anyways.
I've known that for the last decade.
Sorry, what? Oh, you've thought I've been insufferable for a decade? That's okay. Sometimes I think I'm insufferable too. You are a cool dude. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Oh boy. I think when I'm stuffing my face full of popcorn, I'm pretty insufferable. Google says Ontario's had baseballs before. Yeah, I could see that. That's wild. Imagine baseball size hail. That is so dangerous.
Yeah, I looked it up and it's fairly recent. 2023 in Windsor. They had baseball size hail.
2023 in Windsor had baseballs?
Yeah, check the chat. I sent a picture.
Yeah, that was the year of the crazy hail. Because that happened up in Kawartha Lakes, too.
Jeez. I remember the Kawartha Lakes ones, yeah. Milana said I had to mute my computer because Mike needed to say something. I come back and it's Adam and Brennan talking about being insufferable. Whoa. The inflow in this thing's getting cooking here. 93 kilometers an hour, 89. Yeah, we got some big time inflow going into this thing right now. 27% tornado risk on it now. That's definitely increasing. Yeah, it's definitely getting up there, so we'll see what it's doing. We'll see. We watch, we wait. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Insufferable. Excuse me. Interesting. I have a feeling this severe thunderstorm watch should be not there. I have a feeling they ended the watch for Ontario, but that one got stuck for some reason. All right, I'll have to look into that. Hey, what's going on here? Where do you think you're going there, little Huntsville storm? Huntsville rain shower? We're going to be back at this tomorrow, and tomorrow could be quite interesting as well, too. Dr. Sill says tomorrow could be worse, so we'll see. I don't think we're done just yet. Sud says, where tomorrow? Right here, in the exact same area. Thanks, Bright Light. I'll take a look. Yeah, Reed's still chasing. All the spotters are still out there, and they're gonna do it all again tomorrow in the exact same area. Maybe a little bit more into Manitoba. We'll see. Snoop says, worse for what? Well, I think he's referring to the tornado risk for tomorrow. The tornado risk is a bit stronger tomorrow. Noah says, nothing for Dartmouth, Nova Scotia tomorrow? I haven't even looked. You might want to double check on our free app. You can download our free app at instantweatherapp.com. And double check for tomorrow, see what's up. Let us know. What does the app say for Dartmouth tomorrow? Cool. Pink cotton candy clouds over Hamilton West Mountain. Those look sweet. Cotton candy. I don't know, Brenda. We don't have future VTP. We only have current. There's no future VTP. There is future STP, and it should be interesting overnight. Is this getting even stronger? These inflow winds? I guess that was about the same. That was the same frame. That was the 805 CDT frame, and so that means we should be getting a new update pretty soon, I would think. Southeast SK Storm Chaser says, I'm out by Arcola right now chasing big raindrops. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it. Quite the Storm Chaser convergence out there. Oh, it looks like we did get a report from Yorkton. Of some heavy rain. Thunderstorms nearby. Thank you, whoever reported that. Anonymous reporter. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Why am I singing lullabies? That can't be good. ay, 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 ay. Okay. Oh, got a new update. All right, all right. Now that is definitely a flying V and is still latched right on. Oh, we're getting rapid movement. Oh yeah, both of those streams are looking pretty wild. If you want to load up those streams as well as ours. Yeah. Oh, this is starting to wrap up here. Right here east of Lampman near Browning. Yeah, it's got quite the look to it. It looks pretty elevated, but it's got quite a look. All right. I used to be really good at nonstop talking, and the older I get, the quieter I get when I get tired. If I'm really awake, hey, where's this storm coming? Hold on a minute. See, that's all I need to wake me back up. Is wait a minute. Where's this Crosby storm coming? This was popping just south of the border. Tracking to the northeast. I don't know if it has its passport, but I don't think it's going to need it. It looks like it's about to cross the border. Oh. Reed said he's seen a bit of a funnel on the Lampman storm. I wonder if they're keeping an eye on this Crosby storm that's about to track north into. I'm going to put a polygon on this because I don't think this is under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not. Hold on a second here. Everybody's watching the other storm. I'm going to notify this one. Oopsie. There we go. think it's actually going a little bit more to the northeast here. Like that. Maybe over towards Estevan, actually. Definitely going that way. All right. Looks good to me. Go 3 hours because these things are moving slow. I was going to say severe thunderstorm potential. All right. $68 people in that little polygon. Cool. Now, this one is a beast. Oh, it is starting to wrap up with rotation. Quite a bit, actually. Oh, yeah. That's starting to look pretty good. I think we'll do a notification on this one. It have to be a pretty small one. The storm is not going anywhere. Whoa. I'm going to go rotation on this here. Hold on. Whoa. Move my rotation point over to here. And do something like that. That seems reasonable for now. Although, if it does get going, it's probably going to crank to the east. So maybe that's a bit better. All right. Let's say rotation detected. Orange. Take a rotation on the storm located near Browning. Northeast of Lampman. Probably a good idea. Lampman. Lampman? Lampman. Okay. Wait, what did I do? No. Yeah. Scared me for a second. Okay. Of Lampman traveling or tracking to the northeast at 15 kilometers an hour. Very slowly. It maintains speed and direction. Hold on a second here. Based on radar, this storm is potentially producing up to hen egg-sized hail and has a history of producing up to baseball-sized hail. Radar estimates wind gusts 75 kilometers an hour. Radar suggests up to 54 millimeters of rainfall has fallen in the last hour. Wow. All right. Rotation detected. Looks good to me. Let's go 3 hours. All right. Send to 225 people. Sending. Looks like Reed is saying that you could have a tornado any moment. If anybody knows that, it's Reed. All right. Do, 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 do. What's he saying? Anything? Oh, that's strange. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they think a tornado is going to drop on this one. We'll see. We will see. We're going to keep that polygon right there just in case we need to use it. Definitely lowering coming down from that storm. Teresa says she's hearing debris. They're saying debris. Dr. Sill says there's 27 chasers reporting on Spotter Network on that storm. There's 27 chasers on this storm. Oh boy.
Tornado warning just issued.
There it is. Tornado warning has now been issued on this storm. I guess we were correct about the rotation here. Oh boy. Is anybody watching this Crosby storm? Because it's looking interesting too. I don't think so. Yeah. Looks like we're getting pretty close to go time here. Lowering from the storm. Oh boy, it looks pretty interesting from Bethune radar. Really, you can really see the rotation right here. Let's go to storm relative velocity. Yeah, pretty much the same. Tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's wrapping. Wrapping up, folks. I'm gonna back out here for a second. Take a peek. Oh, it looks like I was wrong. I thought that this was a stuck alert, but it turns out that they've kept this severe thunderstorm watch for Clarence Rockland. Let me just double check to make sure. And I was just investigating that. And they kept that watch. All right, I thought that was a total glitch. Nope, no glitch there. They kept it. But yeah, we've got a tornado warning on that storm. So here we go. Everybody, slap each other in the face. We gotta wake up. Let's go. We got ourselves tornado warning. It's time. The time is now. Tornado warning on this cell. You can see the rotation. Very clear rotation. In fact, potentially 2 areas of rotation there, but it's got a hook. It's got rotation right there. What are we at now? 9% tornado risk on that cell. We've got 27 storm chasers on that storm. 27. Gone up to a 12% tornado risk on it now. Tornado risk is increasing. Here we go. I think it's time to light up the Instant Weather Saskatchewan live stream. And while we're at it, Instant Weather SK. All right. It is go time. David says 8:30 p.m. First tornado warning of the day. Nope. There's been many tornado warnings today. But that's the first one in Saskatchewan, I think. Reed's screaming right now. I can't.
Correct.
I don't have to go on. Correct about Saskatchewan or Reed or both?
About Saskatchewan, this being the
Okay.
first tornado warning.
Yeah, it's the first tornado warning for Saskatchewan, but not the first tornado warning of the day. There was quite a few earlier in Manitoba. We've been live streaming for 5 hours and 36 minutes, folks. Let's go. I'm going to drink this whole water bottle in this stream. I can do it. This is one of those water bottles that has motivational text. Oh, you can't see it. Or maybe you can. It says keep going. It's don't give up. Almost there. It was given to me as a gift. I don't know if I'd buy a water bottle that has motivational terms on it, but I like it because it's glass. I like it because it's glass. So I'm not drinking out of plastic. I'm drinking out of glass. It's good. Yeah, you can see that rotation right there. What's going on? Reed's getting excited. Teresa said she heard the Amber Alert quote unquote sound on his stream, so he's getting the tornado warning because he's in the area. Oh boy. It's time. Little storms in Manitoba. A couple decent ones actually here. This one about to cross the border into Manitoba. It's got some hail on it. Severe thunderstorm warning on that one. That's south of Rocanville. And then there's this one. Nobody's talking about this one. This one is... Oh, looks like someone ripped us off finally. Someone finally did the swiping tool. We were the only swiping tool for so long, but it looks like there may be more software that's finally ripping us off. So it's all good. I knew at some point in time it would happen. It's fine. There's this other storm coming up. It has a severe thunderstorm warning now. And it's about to cross the border. Well, it's already starting to cross the border. It kind of has a 6 character to it. Looks like a... This is a good time for my drawing tools. 6. And then there's this one. We'll see if it produces. I'm not sure. Reed's right underneath it in the bear's cage there. And Daniel Shaw is quite a distance from the bear's cage. Reed's right underneath it right now. Mm-hmm. All right. Tornado warning continues for the Lantman area, northeast of Lantman, near Browning and Wilmar. Slowly but surely tracking to the northeast. Velocity radar looks a lot more boring. Reed is right underneath. He could not get closer to this thing. He is tucked right up underneath this. Oh boy. Yeah. He couldn't get any more up underneath it if he tried. What a wild view he's got. Oh my goodness. He is in it. He's in it to see it. That's for sure. Don't try this at home, folks. Reed has a PhD in meteorology. He knows what he's doing. And even with all his knowledge, he's still putting himself at risk when he does some of the wild stuff that he does, but what he does. You can't teach passion, and that guy's got passion. Oodles of passion for storm chasing. That's right, I said oodles. I don't even know what that means. So did Tim Samaras. Rest in peace, yeah. Tim was brilliant. I mean, Tim is literally what Bill Paxton's character was based on in the movie Twister. Can I teach them noise cancellation? I don't know. Cinnamon bun, Reed just said. Said, is this where you get your cinnamon thing from? No. I borrowed the cinnamon thing from some Simpsons episode. Some weird twisted Simpsons episode where the safe word was cinnamon. You know what? I haven't even seen the episode. I just literally saw it on a commercial once. And it looked like a pretty wild episode. I haven't watched it. Is YouTube lagging? Here, I'll type at the same time. Ready? I'm going to say hello. Oh, yeah. Wait, you're on StreamYard with me, so never mind. Reed stream. Oh. Yeah, I wonder how the internet connection is down there. I mean, it's doing pretty good so far. The fact that there's that many spotters in that tiny little area, probably all running off of one. Oh, it's you. Okay. They're probably running all off of one cell tower. Well, it seems to be hanging on. I'm interested in this Crosby cell. That's a heck of a shot. Brennan, do you want to bring that up on the stream? The one that Lindsay just posted. They've extended the tornado warning to the northeast towards Carlisle. Bam says, Freddie says it's anticyclonic. Interesting. Why do the chasers yell when alarms go off and tornado appears? Probably because they're excited about it. Professor says that storm was the first time storm chasers were killed by the storm they were chasing. I doubt that. I think that's the first time that we really knew for sure. But I think before that, there have been times where people are chasing storms, but they're not live streaming and nobody knows who they are. And you know, they get in a car accident or something like that. So I think there probably has been fatalities from people storm chasing before the Tim Samaras event with El Reno, May 31st, 2013. But yeah, but that was obviously a pretty high profile one because Tim Samaras, you know, he wrote the book on how to safely storm chase, and unfortunately, him and his son and his chase partner all died in a 2.6 mile wide tornado, 4.2 kilometers wide, in El Reno. That was one of the most significant tornadoes in all history. Where do you see where the storm chasers are? I'm not sure. I think it's people are probably just listening to the streams and hearing them say where they are. I think Reed has a location on his. That's what caught them off storm. It was such a wide storm. Yeah, it was such a wide tornado, but also the fact that it turned north. I think that's what it turned north. It sped up and doubled in size. If you really want to learn more about it, you can check out Skip Talbot. Look up El Reno tornado Skip SKIP on YouTube, and he does a whole breakdown of that tornado, and it was unbelievable. It was that was a horrifying day, and that's the same. You know, May 31st, the same day that Barrie, where I live, got hit by an F4 tornado, and I was like reading Tim's book on how to safely chase, and then I was like, maybe I'll just live stream. Maybe I'll just live stream. And there's been a few times that I went to kind of like go follow a storm like towards Oro, and then I'm like, what am I doing? This thing's going to produce. I have to go live. So I just turned the car around and came back home quickly and lit up the live stream. And yeah, that tornado did produce in Oro. And I was like, what am I doing? I need to get back home where it's safe. Jenny had 2-inch hail on the Lampman storm. Yeah, Professor, take a look. It's an incredible breakdown from Skip Talbot. Still going. 10% tornado risk on it. Tornado warning. Excuse me. The Crosby storm is coming up from the south. Looks like it's mainly just a hail producer at this point in time. We continue to watch this Browning Wilmar Alameda, Worth, Arcola. Those are the areas that need to be on high alert with this storm coming in. Kind of lost a bit of its structure here. It's got more of just a dangly tail than more of a kind of really wrapped up hook. Reed's taking his hat off and hair blowing in the wind there. Wild photos out there. And you see that photo right there from Saskatchewan Storm Reports. We appreciate the report from 306 Storm Chaser. Thank you so much. Still high-based. Some baseball-sized hail and funnels occasionally. Yeah, it's pretty high-based out there. Thank you so much for that report. Appreciate it. Professor says, can these storms in Saskatchewan be called an outbreak? Depends on what kind of outbreak you're referring to. Is it an outbreak of storms? Sure. Is it a tornado outbreak? I would say no. I don't know if we had any confirmed tornadoes today. We'd need to have, I think, at least 6 confirmed tornadoes before it can be an outbreak. 6 or 8, I forget. I think it's 6. Oh, Noah's giving us some hockey updates. He says 2-0 for the for Mitch Marner got a goal. Yeah, 2-0 for the Vegas Knights, or is it Golden Knights? I forget. Hmm. The Golden Knights, yeah. 2 goals in 16 seconds. Whoa! Aaron says, boy, if Marner wins a cup, it makes the Leafs look bad. I don't think it's not necessarily that, but I don't know. It'd be good for Mitch. Mitch is a fantastic player. Yeah, I notified that one, Brennan, already. I notified that a while ago. It's looking pretty nice, actually. Depending on your perspective. Looking pretty nasty for some people. All good. It's Christmas time. Why am I singing Christmas songs? What's wrong with me? Don't worry, Brennan. I'm singing Christmas songs. He's like, Brennan says his mind is everywhere. I'm singing Christmas songs, so don't worry about it. Yeah, there's nothing interesting velocity-wise with that Crosby storm, but see what we got for percentages now. 11% tornado risk. Mainly severe hail risk on that one. Still tornado warnings on it. think we're going to get a update soon from the Canadian radar, I would think. Lindsay said ADHD go burr. Cool shot. Look at the storm northeast of Dauphin. Probably dropping some pretty decent hail up by Volga, Manitoba. Looking interesting up there. Still a severe thunderstorm watch for some reason for Clarence Rockland. I don't know why they kept that one. Very strange. I was like, this has to be a glitch. Like, why? Like, why are they keeping a severe thunderstorm watch here? But they kept it. I don't know why. Very strange. Checking out some storms in Quebec. Some heavy rain. Nothing too exciting. What's going on in New Brunswick? Lots of rain moving through New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Again, nothing too exciting. They dropped the severe thunderstorm watch over here in Alberta. Makes perfect sense because there was a whole lot of nothing happening over there. And we've got a tornado warning and a tornado watch down here in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Was that what I was singing? Silver Bells? Mm-hmm. Silver Bells. From where it says, oh, good. Was waiting for you to check Uncle Beck. I don't see much over there. It just looks pretty boring, which is a good thing. Marner has 2 points in 16 seconds. Freddie Anderson's in that. I used to love Freddie Anderson when he was on the Leafs. I thought he was a fantastic goalie, and then it kind of all fell apart. Oh, boy. Oh. Seen some pretty strong winds up here. Probably because it's getting pretty close to radar, but 98 kilometers an hour. Okay. Heading up towards the Fox Warren radar. Those are pretty impressive wind gusts. On tilt 2 as well. Very supportive. Tilt 3, tilt 4. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to send a notification for those because those are booming. Yeah, they're cooking right towards radar here. Whoa. Yeah, they are moving. Okay. Drawing a line like me. There we go. Oopsie, what did I do? There we go. Damaging wind risk. Basically a storm north of Birtle. Birtle. You just say Foxwarren. Storm near Foxwarren, yeah. Probably northeast. Radar estimates wind gusts greater than 110 kilometers an hour. Please be safe in the path of the storm. And the timing is 8:57 locally. That orange. Yada, yada, yada. Blah, blah, blah. 8:57 in Manitoba. Sending it now. How many people have we sent that to? Find out. Right about now. $43 people, huh? Hopefully give them a heads up because I don't even think there's a severe thunderstorm warning on that one. We'll see. Yeah, there's no severe thunderstorm warning on the storm. All right, back to the tornado warned beast. What's going on here? Reed's back under it. Reed's under it again, says Suds. I'm just noticing that. He's right under it again. Okay, couldn't get any closer. He tried. 27 points for Mitch in the playoffs. Leads the NHL. Wow. Yeah, it's easy to say, like, where was that Mitch when it came to the playoffs for the Leafs? But I don't know. This isn't it's not a one person game. It's a team game. You need the team. You think ECCC will consider the targeted storm polygon in 2026 or in early 2027? I don't know. Like, it was delayed. That's all I know. It's up to them. I hope it comes out later this season. That would be sweet. You know, it'd be sweet if it launched like July 1st. It'd be awesome. But I'm hearing some rumors that it might be delayed another season. We'll see. Hat trick for Marner. Marner got a hat trick? Marner hat trick. Oh my goodness. He's a monster. You know what though? That goal he scored? That goal he scored in in the Olympics. Wasn't that something else? That was to win that game. That was unbelievable. I don't know how he did that. That was insane. Got a natural hat trick. Good for him. Mitch Marner just locked up the Conn Smythe. Yeah, probably. Wow. Good for Mitchie. A friend of mine met him one time in a parking lot. He was like parked in a car, and she went up to him and she's like, "Are you Mitch Marner?" And he's like, "Yep." And then she took a picture with him. She said he was really nice. That's cool. I don't like the look of this, though. Heading towards Fox Warren radar right now. You be nice to our radar. I think I messed up the numbers on that one. I should have said in excess of 90 kilometers an hour, not 110. But anyways. Whoops. I thought I saw some into the 100 here, but they look pretty strong, so. Still watching the storm. Yeah, sometimes people just need a new start, you know? Like, you get their confidence back. Yep. You think the problem's Willie? I don't know. Nylander's pretty amazing. The one thing I noticed about Willie is he could actually get things done in the playoffs. Anyways, back to the storms here. This one's actually starting to look pretty interesting here north of Crosby. Hey, KFG85, what's up? KFG85 becoming a new member. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Appreciate the support. Thanks for everybody for hanging out on the stream. Yeah, that storm coming up. Looking pretty interesting. Under an orange severe thunderstorm warning here. Could actually head over towards Estevan. It looks like it is going to head towards Estevan. Yeah, looks like big time hail coming towards Estevan. We'll see. Is there any webcams from the Estevan airport? Anybody want to take a peek for that? And looks like about to have quite a bit of hail in Carlisle. That Macaulay storm has an interesting look to it. Where is that? This one right here. Got a little bit of a tail on it, doesn't it? A little bit of a hook. Not too much going on with those. 7% tornado risk. Reasonable percentage. Is that the Estevan airport? We should keep an eye on that as it starts to get closer. Oh, the highway cam. Okay, cool. Yeah, you know what? We're working on putting all the cameras and all the weather stations into Instant Weather Pro. So pretty much got most of that done. The tricky part is how can you put all these cameras, all these weather stations, all these reports, all this weather data inside of a browser. It's going to be tricky. We'll try our best. I might have to do some stuff where you kind of can only like click a button and see the reports and like nothing else is on the map. And then you go back. Maybe just like leave radar on. But to have everything in all at the same time is a lot. There is a DAWC from the NavCan at the airport with 360-ish view, says RWiz707. Can you change to storm relative velocity? I can. Typically for just general wind gusts, we don't look at SRV. For just general wind gusts, we look at straight velocity. But when we're trying to see, that's interesting that that happened when I went to SRV. It kind of brings out more classic rotation sometimes when it's tricky to see. Only a 3% tornado risk on that storm. By the way, Brennan and Alana, if you guys want to, go to sleep or some point or whatever, it's fine. I'll grind it out. You guys go do your thing. It's no worries. No worries at all. I got it. I'll just hang out. We're all just going to hang out till at some point in time we collapse. Yeah, I would say the KMBX radar is closest to the cell. Actually, they're all about equally far from it. Okay. Firehouse subs, nice. Yeah. I like the only thing I don't like about Firehouse subs is there's just kind of like a lack of bread choices. Like I feel like Subway has like a whole bunch of different types of bread, whereas Firehouse is like white. Oh wait. Mr. Sub used to be so good. My favorite part about Mr. Sub, and I don't even know if they did this everywhere, but their milkshakes were unbelievably good. I don't know. And then every time I went there, it was like the machine was broken. So it's just like everywhere else. But Mr. Sub had milkshakes. Oh, they were so good. They were like the milkshakes they made in like those metal cup. I don't know what it was like a real milkshake. It was so good. Everybody's saying that Mr. Sub had milkshakes. Yeah, they had milkshakes and they were amazing.
It's probably because you're super old. No one else knows it.
This was only in it was the Mr. Sub in Collingwood. And it was like the year 2007 or something. It wasn't that long ago.
1977, you mean?
I was born in 83. Wow. Some of the shots of that storm are wild. It just looks, with the sunset in the background, it looks wild. I don't know if this thing's going to produce. I mean, it's under a tornado warning. No one's seen a tornado on this thing.
Yeah, the lack of moisture is really killing the tornado chances. They were hoping that as the temperature fell, the humidity would go up, like the dew points would be higher, but that's just not happening.
Yeah, and the bases are just so high. I don't know if it's going to get it done. There's just not enough like rapid scud being sucked into these things or anything. It's just kind of just like hanging out. It's a big mothership. I mean, it's a gorgeous looking storm. It's just like,
Yeah, we'll see what it does over the next hour or so. If it's gonna happen, I think it'll happen within an hour.
I don't know. I'm getting doubtful.
Yeah, that was a big if. It was doing the heavy work there.
But tomorrow, I'm going to go check some models in the background here. Tomorrow looks pretty darn good if I remember.
Yeah, it's just how early we get that clearing is the big question mark.
Yeah, true. Tomorrow, so the latest HRRR puts a pretty wild looking solo cell that kind of cuts right through the Regina area. It comes in at, if that is, it's in the morning actually. It's going to cross the international border. I mean, if this model's right, it's going to cross the international border at like 10 a.m., 10:11, and it's going to cut up towards Regina by noonish. Yeah, it looks pretty nasty. And then some more storms are going to develop in the southeast, kind of around the same time that they did today. And then it's just going to be a big cluster. But that individual cell that comes through early has my attention. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of hail. I mean, main risk hail and some flooding. Tornado warning has been dropped. I think that's the show, folks. I think we're going to shut down the stream. And if another tornado warning gets issued, we might come back if it looks rock solid. But this kind of looks like things are starting to cool down. And still some pretty decent storms out there, so we'll still be watching radar. But we've been live for 6 hours and 15 minutes. I think it's probably time to shut it down and conserve our energy. So I don't think we're going to do that concert tonight. Maybe another night. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. See how much energy I have tomorrow. But conserve our energy, and we're going to prepare for tomorrow because we're very likely going to be live again based on what we're seeing here, and it might be another long stream. So, which is all good. We enjoy it. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope everybody stayed safe. Raining in Estevan says, Roxanne, thanks so much. Roxanne and George. Thank you kindly. Sister in Lampman got some amazing pictures. I'm sure she did. That storm was on top of her forever. But yeah, Environment Canada has dropped the tornado warning on this particular storm, and we agree with that. Looks like it's basically becoming just a nighttime hailer here. Nonetheless, we're going to keep an eye on it. Still orange severe thunderstorm warnings on those storms. But yeah, we're going to conserve our energy. We're going to focus on another severe thunderstorm, large hail, mainly large hail, but also flooding, damaging wind gusts, and there's a pretty substantial tornado risk for tomorrow as well. So pretty much the same area. This whole same area has another risk for tomorrow. So we're going to have to watch that closely and see how it develops. And that's the plan. So thank you so much to Alana, Brennan, Cody, Cole, Dalton, Dee, Dominic, Harry, Jeremy, Kyle, Leslie, Liam, Lindsay, Matt, Miranda, Patricia, Paxton, Sarah, and Teresa. I wonder if I can memorize that. I probably can. But to those who are on the stream with me right now, thank you so much, Alana. Thank you so much, Brennan. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. We will continue to keep an eye on things in the background for you guys.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
good night.
Good night, everyone. Make sure to download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. It is free. Huge thank you to those who subscribe. to remove ads and to extend the future radar. Your support is critical for the app. It's the reason the app is able to be free for everybody else. And a huge thank you to all those who have subscribed to Instant Weather Pro as well too. Thank you for all your wonderful feedback with the new app. You know, we still got to tweak things. We're still improving things. There's a new Apple version coming out very soon where you can adjust the size of the text. That feature is already out with Android. Android gets approved a lot quicker than Apple. But yeah, that's coming very soon, and you'll be able to adjust the size of the text. So if the text is a bit small on the new version of the app, you can just adjust it, and then all of a sudden the text is much bigger. So hopefully that helps. We've definitely had a lot of feedback about that. So we got that done. Lots of improvements and many, many more to come. So thank you so much, everybody. We really appreciate your support. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Stay safe with these storms. Hopefully they don't hail on you. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.